Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LBX 777. Today's episode, we're going to spend some focus on the final chapter of Karma and Karma Yoga. It was made clear that last week I didn't finish the chapter, so in the meantime, I ended up going through both. And honestly, there's a lot of useful information in this book. To be honest, he really lays down exactly what karma is so that there's no confusion. And we can assume that the typical understanding of what karma is has been confusion. Most people relegated it down to a simple behavior of good versus evil or some type of reward and punishment system. But we find in truth that what karma actually entails is something much, much greater than just a reward and punishment system, right? So essentially what we do see karma as, it can be thought of more as an equation. An equation is when something happens and it equals an expected result. It's expected, that's what makes it an equation. So when we think of karma, karma is essentially a process of where desire and attachment equals reaction to desire and attachment. And in that reaction, even more desire and attachment is sown into the fertile soil. And the process literally continues indefinitely. It continues until the awareness is taken and directed inward so that self-examination can take place. When self-examination takes place, the seeds of karma that cause one to behave or be influenced by those desires, those seeds begin to become uprooted and dissolved. At least that's the goal for expansion of awareness. But until we become aware of these desires and these seeds that cause us to behave in the ways that we behave, until we become aware of them, they continue to affect us outside of our control. These desires or these karmas, they influence us. They influence our behaviors on every level of awareness, which means they influence us in our conscious mind. They influence us in the subconscious mind. These desires influence us in our unconscious mind. So it isn't so far-fetched to see how karma is a chain reaction of cause and effect, but it even extends beyond the realm of intention. You see what I'm saying? Most people have this idea of karma as just something that you're conscious of all the time, and you choose to do this or you choose to not do this. And it only is taking place when some type of event like that is happening, when you do something good or bad. But in all essence, it must be understood that karma is happening all the time. That's just a name for the process of evolution, right? Now, the big thing is, though, specifically when we're talking about these certain types of karma, we're talking about the karma that is originated from seeds of desire that are implanted into the subconscious mind. Now, where did they come from? They come from a couple of different places, right? These seeds of desire that are planted, they come from how we were raised. They come from our genetics. They come from intense emotional spikes in our lifetime, right? And they can be good or bad. We have to let go of the value judgment as far as whether something is good or something is bad, right? So we're literally just talking about the mechanics of matter. We're just talking about the mechanics of how matter flows from one point to another point. So I think this book made it very clear, at least to me, on explaining what karma is, like I described, but as he masterfully describes it even much better, what karma is, and also the process of reducing the influence of karma and managing the influence of karma and ego and desires. Because look, these things are a part of us. These things are a part of our existence. So it's not like we're going to erase them or delete them. That's not the point. The point is to become aware of them and then begin to manage them. And once we are managing our desires and managing our behaviors, then we have more of a conscious control on the direction that our awareness begins to evolve into. Until we have a conscious control over these things, they influence us. So peace and greetings to everybody in the chat. Court Singh, greetings, my bro. Stray Panther, peace and greetings, bro. Louis, peace. Serious Suit 888, greetings. Nefera Sekhmet, peace and greetings. Did you guys check out Tiffany Messenger earlier today on Masterly Foolish's channel, interviewed with Dreamwise? If not, you should definitely go check that out. Hadn't seen her in like years. Goodness gracious. Framestar Films, peace. So what are we talking about here? What are we really talking about? Like, why does anybody even care what karma is, right? Somebody asks, what does all this meditation do for you, right? Somebody asks, what is all this study about the karma and the antakarana and the gunas and all this other stuff? What does this have to do with anything? Why should I even waste my time investing in this information? Well, the answer is almost self-evident, I would say, but obviously it's not. In truth, when you begin the process of studying what they call the holy science, which is the science of how the mind works in accordance to how the universe works, when you begin studying these processes, you begin to quickly notice patterns. All right, so this isn't just a reality of randomness where we don't know what's going to happen next. There's answers for all these things. There's answers for how time flows, and there's answers for how space flows. And the more that you are able to expand your capacity to understand these relationships between time, space, consciousness, the more that you're able to expand your awareness to understand some of these different relationships and how they affect you, when you do that, you begin to make decisions based on better input, better information, right? The same way that if you have a very small amount of information on a subject matter, if you go out and attempt to act on that behavior, you're going to make a lot of mistakes, just naturally because you don't know any better. But the more that you educate yourself, the more that you expand your capacity to connect these different dots and understand these different patterns, the more that you expand that capacity within yourself, you're able to make better decisions based on better data. So when studying this type of information, it's not so much about a religious system or a specific person to worship or anything like that. This is literally talking about the different patterns of reality. This shows you, this gives you different opportunities to look in the mirror of nature and see exactly how nature flows. You're able to see it clearly without any type of prejudice, without any type of, ego attachment. It offers an opportunity of clarity. And what we quickly find, if you try any of this stuff out, if you just attempt it, what you quickly find is that it's quite difficult to see reality clearly. And the difficulty is not anything external. Nothing external is preventing you from seeing this stuff. It's all internal. It's all based on how you process, right? It's all based on the mind, and it's all based on the influences that influence the mind to behave in the way that it does. Those influences largely include your desires and the things that you're attached to, because what your awareness attaches to, you subconsciously begin to identify with it. All right. So if you're identified with matter, or if you're identified with things that are by nature transient and subject to change, suffering is inevitable. Why? Because when you attach to a thing, when you attach to a concept or an object, when you attach to sensory data, it has no choice but to change, because that is inherent in external reality. It is subject to change. So when you attach to it, when you identify with it, what happens is it begins to change from what you attached it to. And therefore suffering begins, because you want it to be like it was, or you want it to be something different. This is that process of desire that's constantly happening, that's constantly planting seeds. Desire is almost like a plant that sheds acorns and seeds all the time. I think in this book, he likened it to a pregnant virgin, right? She's pregnant even before she has the baby, right? This is how desire works. We're constantly impregnated by craving something to be like it is, or to be something different. There's always a craving for solidity within the change. It's an oxymoron. It's an oxymoron. It's a paradox. It doesn't make any sense. It's insane. but this is what we cling to, and this is what causes our perception of reality to be clouded. So when you begin to study principles that come from the yoga tradition or the tantric tradition or any of these ancient sciences, because it doesn't just have to be out of ancient India. It doesn't matter where it comes from. What matters is if you find a system that you can actually apply to your life and it makes sense, right? Listen, it doesn't matter. By any turn of events, I could be talking about a whole different path or a whole different school of thought. I was going to find the answer anyway, just like you're going to find the answer anyway if you keep searching, because the answer is inherent in everything. It really is. There's no separation from the answer. You're living it. But like I said, because of attachment, because of identification with sense objects, our vision is impaired. It's clouded. I mean, think about it. Most of the decisions that we make are emotional. Psychology tells us this. We're emotional creatures, not logical creatures. Emotion is indication of attachment. We only have emotions because of our attachments to things. Things make us feel good, and we feel like attaining or getting rid of sense objects. So they're bundled together. Let me know if this is making sense. And I asked, when I say let me know if this is making sense, this isn't like me saying that you're not smart, but I'm just wanting to know that the information is being conveyed properly. So if I ask that question, it has nothing to do about a view on you. I just want to make sure that the information is well received. King Philo, peace, peace. Jonathan Thomas, greetings, greetings. Society Ejects, peace. Sunshine Chick, good to see you. Naturally Natured, peace, peace. So, yeah, on another note, speaking of seeing this information more clear, speaking of different techniques and traditions that can help you with that, Moby, good morning, good afternoon. Speaking of different tips and things like that that help you to see, keep doing these meditations and these mantras. If you've been watching my channel for the past couple of months or years, then we've given out so many different meditations, so many different mantras, so many different techniques. Pick one, you know what I'm saying? Pick one and just work with it. Work it. And you'll begin to find is that your awareness in that particular field begins to expand. Your awareness begins to expand. And the more that your awareness expands, the more that you're capable of, the more that you increase the capacity for making sense of these things. So when someone asks, well, what does mantras do for you? It's kind of difficult to answer that question because you only find out after repeated revolutions of this data, repeated testing of this data, repeated application of this data. When you apply this data repeatedly, when you get the results and compare them, and also keep in mind these things are working on not just a conscious level, but also the subconscious and the unconscious level, you'll start to see results only after you've put in the work. So whichever path that you've chosen, stay on it. Continue. Consistency is the greatest driving factor. It's not what magic trick, not what candle, not what demon, not what meditation technique. It's your consistency. Because I'm telling you, the answer exists in everything. You've just got to penetrate it deep enough to find it. So whether it was chakra shooting, whether it was lesser banishing ritual, whatever you're doing, stick with it. Stick with it. Now, I said that to say because I was recently doing chakra shooting myself. And from that experience, I really did receive a breakthrough in my understanding of how just different things work. And I really didn't expect it to happen, because I've been doing that particular meditation for quite some time now. And it's just this particular experience, I really had a realization of something very deep. It really isn't the information. It really isn't the books, but it's the understanding that you get when you apply this information to your personal experience. Al Dickey, peace, peace. Pablo X69, peace, peace. Stray Panther, enjoying the class. I'm sorry I missed the stream Thursday, though. All good, bro. All good. That's why it's recorded, but glad to have you in. We'll get you in next Thursday. Yeah, I've got some interesting stuff coming up soon. So stay tuned. Directly resulting from my recent meditation here. Nefaras Sakmet says, funny you were mentioning this. I've been struggling today with letting go of more things in my diet. Just feels depressing, like you're parting ways with a drug, which I know most foods are drugs. Yeah, I get it. And here's the thing, like, it's impossible to judge anybody because you just simply swap out the content for whatever's relevant in your life. For me, it's not food. For me, it might be something else. But we're speaking of the same type of relationship with the substance. In essence, we're literally talking about the relationship between the perceiver and what is being perceived. In your case, it's the food. It's the diet. You said struggling with letting go of more things. So what's to be analyzed is why is there a struggle? Why is there resistance and pushback? If you trace it back, there's some type of seed emotion. There's an initial cause there. It isn't the surface level thing. There's something very deep down in the center that's a seed that is causing the suffering that you're experiencing. And it can really only be found when you sit still and go within. Now, when I say go within, I mean specifically the notion that our awareness, because we're awareness. There's a difference between consciousness and matter, right? Matter is what we experience out here on the outside. Consciousness is the infinite potential of life. Now, awareness is that particular slice that is focused on now, right? See, time moves in a circle this way. It's the same thing, right? Day and night, 12 hours. It's a circle. It doesn't ever change. It will not ever change. It's a dimension that goes this way. Now, see, consciousness is the opposite. Consciousness only moves in two directions. And I should probably be saving this for the class, but consciousness only moves in two directions, and that's contraction and expansion. Consciousness only goes in two different directions. It expands or it contracts. Now, if we've got the circle of time and we've got consciousness here, we're talking about your levels of consciousness, or I should say your awareness of your particular level of consciousness. Some people have a low level of comprehension. Some people have a very high level of comprehension. For example, someone who only works at the front desk, they only have the comprehension of what goes on there. But somebody who manages the whole front portion of the store, they have a comprehension of what all goes on there. Then someone who has a comprehension of how the whole company works, they have a bigger capacity to understand. So consciousness like that moves in concentric circles. It expands outward this way as well. So I guess in a way you could say consciousness moves like a sphere. It expands and it contracts. Now we've got time here, and there is only one time, which is now. There's only one time, which is now. But because we're experiencing duality, and when I say duality, I mean the perceiver and the perceived think that there's something different. They think that they're separate. So that's what the illusion of duality is. The fact that what we're experiencing is also the experienced. It's one and the same. But since we think that those two things are separate, we have duality. That's what makes night and day. That's what makes this process go back and forth. That's what makes the circle go around. Kether to Hakma, to Bina. So the thing is, as we expand in our consciousness, or I should say, every single day, we have a collection of what we know, right? Right now, you're a culmination of all the data that you have had in your entire life. But with every passing moment, you get a little bit more data, right? So your consciousness expands, your awareness expands just a tiny fraction of amount more. So that tiny fraction of expansion causes that plane circle to move upward just a little bit. So what we're finding is what time actually is this circle of now, but with every passing moment, we're able to comprehend just a little bit more data based on our experiences. So that circle now moves up a level. If essentially what we're getting at is that time is perceived as moving in a spiral, because we are coming into an expansion of accumulating more information. But in truth, it's the same moment. It's the same moment. That's why there's only 12 hours in a day, the same 7 days of the week, the same 12 months. And the only reason that we're able to delineate them like that is because we've seen overarching patterns called the seasons, called the months. But in truth, there's only now. And the whole reason I'm bringing all that up is because the more that we attach to and identify with the sense objects, the more that this process seems so much more dramatic, right? And because we get so wrapped up and engrossed and engulfed in this drama of life, we miss out on the simple patterns. We miss out on the simple patterns. We complicate these things for ourselves. And in that complication, we cause more complication. Every action has a seed, and everything we do plants more seeds. And now that one karma turns into 10 karmas. And when I say karma, remember from the beginning, I'm not talking about punishment or reward, although it can be. What I'm talking about is the fact that the action that you take, the action that was influenced by desire, already has other desires in it before it even finishes. When I go to grab a graham cracker and I put it in my mouth and chew it up, by the time I'm finished with it, I want another one. So that graham cracker didn't solve the problem of hunger. No, the problem of hunger is a deep-seated cause somewhere else. And from that hunger, it's emanating influence. It's causing me to want to do things. So I grab that cracker and I eat it, but I want another one right away. And then I want another one, right? So every action that we take based on desire has the seed of desire in it. That's not going to ever stop. That's not going to ever stop. And the only way that we can even hope for it to stop is if we take a moment to, because see, right now at that moment, my attention, my awareness was expanded outward. It was focused on the cracker and my hunger and my body and the things that I wanted to do. But when I say go within, which is the only way to resolve these desires, is when you turn that same awareness inward. You turn it into the contents of your mind. What you start thinking and asking questions. You start analyzing what's going on here, right? I have a desire to eat this cracker. Why do I choose the cracker, right? What about the cracker makes it what I want? Then you start going back and you start realizing that there's a trail from where these desires originated and what they've produced up until this point. And the further back that you can go into that seed, you can begin to become aware of it, which also at the same time, you're starting to uproot that seed. You're starting to pull it out of your system, because the more that you have an awareness of it, the more you have an understanding of it. Usually these seeds were planted in a time that we didn't have an understanding. For example, in this book, he talked about there was a guy who had asthma. And when he went into to meditation, he turned his awareness inward and he began to analyze the contents of his mind, the database of all the behaviors and the desires and the habit patterns that he had. As he began to analyze them, he recalled a memory, right? He recalled a memory of where his nanny would force feed him. And we know that physiologically, there's so many things that happen to us in childhood and also trauma in adult life, where the traumatic experience is converted into a habit pattern. This is why people have OCD. This is why people have PTSD. This is why we have all sorts of different lettered conditions, because seeds were planted and converted into behavior patterns. It isn't until we stop and turn that awareness inward that we're able to identify and become aware of these behavior patterns. And then when we're aware of them, we can manage them, but we can't manage them if we're not aware of them. Now you've got a whole world of people who are not aware of the origin of their desires, of their habits. They don't know. They don't even care to know why. They don't even care to know why. So they're literally consigned to an eternity of doing an action that is filled with another action that is yet to be born, and it continues indefinitely. I mean, it only makes sense. It only makes sense. Trendy Phillip, peace. Numinous luminosity, greetings, greetings. Mount Uhuru Mimiya, peace, peace, peace. Mad Bear, greetings, greetings. Caribbean Grimoire, peace, peace. 3 Kim, greetings. Pigeon, peace. Wolverine, greetings. Stormy, greetings, greetings. So let me know, give me some feedback. Is this making sense? Or better yet, let me know if it isn't. Tell me if something that I said doesn't sound right. Tell me if something that I said just doesn't resonate. Let me know. Because again, all of this is information that lines up with this book as well. You know, when you start really looking at the stuff and understanding it, you can start to see the connection between so many things. And see, this is what I'm talking about. The ultimate goal that we're after here is increasing our intelligence and expanding our awareness of consciousness. Now, when I say intelligence, everything has intelligence. Every animal has intelligence. Every creature has intelligence. Even a rock has intelligence. Intelligence is it's data, it's raw data, it's raw information, it's raw experience. Now, the thing is, depending on what level that we are in, that's designated by our capacity to hold that information and process that information. There's a certain capacity that we all have, right? I mean, think about it. There's so many things to learn. Have you ever tried to go out of your way and learn a new skill? How difficult is it? You got to start over. You got to be a beginner, right? You have to start over, and you've got to work, and increase your capacity, because not only are you trying to learn something new, but you've got your regular everyday life to deal with, right? You got your job, you got your family, you got all these other things that you're doing. And if you try to learn a new skill, you've got to increase your capacity. You've got to make more time. You got to invest more energy to learn that thing. So it's not simply as easy as just saying, I want to do it. Increasing the capacity of what you can process is equivalent to increasing your intelligence. Because really what we're becoming aware of, what we're building a capacity for, is the synthesis of all these patterns. Nature is a series of patterns. Nothing just happens and that's it. Every single effect has a cause. And when you look, see, if you look at the simple cause of A plus B equals C, if you zoom out some more, you'll see that there are other equations that are attached to that. And when you're able to process other equations, your intelligence has expanded. Now, if you zoom out some more, you're going to see that there's even more equations that are attached to the original equation, right? The circle is being widened. And within that wide circle, it contains the potential for an understanding that is greater than the circles that are contained within. So just thinking about that alone, you can tell that it goes infinitely in both directions, right? There is consciousness that is infinitely greater, or I should say awareness of consciousness that is equally greater than what we currently are experiencing. And that doesn't just mean these super beings. There's just people on Earth. There's people who have a wider capacity than we do. But guess what? There are entities that have a capacity of understanding consciousness wider than any of us individuals do. I mean, naturally, we're limited in our equipment. We're limited to the five senses. But imagine something that isn't limited to the five senses. The type of capacity they would have to understand the different patterns. Imagine if there was an entity that could exist beyond space and time, right? So time wasn't a factor and space wasn't a factor. What kind of data could you process being in that state, right? What type of patterns could you see in humanity and in nature without being constrained to time? To me, I think that thought alone would kind of start to prove the existence of a god or gods. And I'm pretty sure that's what's being referred to when we examine the tree of life in these four worlds. The four worlds would represent the different concentric rings of levels of understanding. So I also just want to differentiate here the words that I'm using. Consciousness, I'm referring to as the totality of life force. Not simply the matter aspect of it, but the awareness, the raw data, so to speak, the raw data of life force. I would say that was consciousness. And then that's differentiated from matter, matter being the very gross substance, the very prakriti, basically, the material plane in its varying layers of density. So we've got consciousness and matter. Now, because these two things are separate, there's a fine line. There's a fine line in between the two. And in the realm of that fine line is where we start having activity that we can relate to as mind, as personal mind, or microcosm, right? And this is where we find ourselves. This is where we find ourselves dealing with ego, dealing with memory, dealing with the body and its voice, and dealing with the highest aspect of our awareness. So it's our awareness that expands. Consciousness is still, it doesn't move. Consciousness contains every level of itself, but it's our awareness that expands outward or inward. And we have the awareness due to the faculty of being intermingled with matter. Interesting. Very interesting. Three Kim says, my pills takes dreams away, and yet I had one just hours ago with you inside. That sounds nice. Moby says, my son started listening to you and he said he understands and he's a new student. Awesome, awesome. Nuru, peace, bro, peace. Will Trent, greetings, greetings. Everybody's on the smoothie right now. Awesome. Zaire Anu, peace. Sky L says, hi, everyone. I just got my book 3 days ago. That's great. That should be a smiley face. You got it. Look, you have it now. Go through it. Go through it. These last 2 chapters especially had some very, very juicy information. And like I said, he literally just broke down exactly what karma is and how it can be managed. It's not about destroying or obliterating or erasing or deleting anything. It's about management. Because look, matter isn't created or destroyed. We manage it. And see, this is how you really learn how to dance and flow with this thing. It's not about fighting anything. It's not about destroying anything. It's nothing like that. It's you learning how to live in harmony and balance with what is. Remember the story that he mentioned here about the guy who came in and he was, thanks, Maxine. Thanks, Mackenzie. The guy who came in for counseling and he was very, very upset and traumatized that his daughter was in there angry, vacuuming and cleaning up stuff. And she says to him, you just, under her breath, you just sit there like a dog, right? She said that comment and it hurt his feelings, right? It stuck in his head and it caused an anxiety, it causes blood pressure to rise. And, you know, that's kind of funny, but little things like that happen to all of us. How many of you have had somebody who said something to you that really hurt? And it could have just been something simple and average. Anybody else would have said it and it wouldn't have meant it. But that one person said it to you and it stuck with you. I have. There were things that were said to me in childhood that took me years to nullify the effects of. So we've all had somebody say some shit like that to us, and it really influenced our whole perspective on life. But look at what Swami Niranjan Ananda told him to do. He didn't say, "Oh, don't think like that. Just think better thoughts." He didn't say something vague and corny like that. He did, you know, what you would do when applying neurolinguistic programming to yourself, when you would be able to flow with this thing. He said, "What kind of dog did you see?" "Oh, I saw a mangy, dirty dog out in the street." That's the problem. That's what caused you to have high anxiety and high blood pressure, right? See, anybody can say what they want or do what they want. They have the right to, but it's how you receive it and perceive it and interpret it. So when she said you just sit there like a dog, she didn't say mangy old dirty mutt dog on the street. He filled in those blanks. He assigned the content to that context. That's how he chose to define that experience. And that's what was causing him suffering and pain. Swami Niranjanananda told him, so think of a different kind of dog. Think of a pampered dog who lives in this luxury place, who's fed on time every day and getting pampered and washed and air conditioned and just tended to like royalty. You could think of that kind of dog. It wouldn't be so hard then. Same thing with our lives. We all have these different experiences that happen. And a lot of the pain and suffering is happening because of the definition that we put on it. We fill in a lot of these blanks. And we also have the very potent ability to change the definition at any time. At any time. So I guess we all had our smoothie this morning. Mine involved birthday Oreos because they got the little colorful sprinkles in there. Banana and blueberries and raspberries and all that stuff. And oat milk, of course. I keep mine simple. Oh yeah, I put spinach in there. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. So I mentioned earlier about how in dealing with awareness within time, we experience duality, right? And in that duality, we're experiencing that we're a person with a perspective, and we're experiencing external objective reality. So this duality is the fact that we've got an internal subjective and an external objective, and they're different, or at least they appear different. So because they have that difference, we live within duality. So we strive with that. We go back and forth with that. Some people get mad at life. Some people get mad at other people. You know, our relationship that we have between the subjective and the objective dimensions of ourselves is the duality that we experience within time. Okay. So look at what he says here about Bhakti. I thought it was very nice. On page 72, he says, Bhakti is a pure state of mind in which the sense of duality is surpassed. You see yourself in every element, every living being. There is no attachment towards anything. I am free from all. I am friend to all. The compassion in me is flowing towards the whole world, not only towards those dear to me. Do not think of Bhakti as worship of God. It is a method to change your life. It is a way to rise above the sense of duality which keeps assaulting us, and to understanding the uniformity of the world. These are the basis of cheetah shuddhi. So when he's talking about bhakti and worship, it isn't so much as like you're, you know, what you're used to, at least when you go to church and you're just, oh, praise and glory to the Lord. It's more of an understanding that that distinction, that separation between subjective and objective isn't really there. And if the distinction between subjective and objective doesn't really exist, then that literally means, right? That literally means you are one with your environment. And your environment does include your body, but it also includes the other bodies that fill your environment. The outside is a reflection of the inside. So when you come closer and closer to an understanding of that relationship, when I say you come into understanding of it, I mean when you see it, when you see that as true, when you see that the inside and the outside are so closely related as to possibly be the same thing, just on different levels. When you begin to see that, you begin to behave in a way that is harmonious, right? Because there isn't going to be any attacking other people. There isn't going to be holding any grudges. There isn't going to be any getting upset. There isn't going to be any jealousy. There isn't going to be any anger and sadness and depression. All those things dissolve with the illusion of separation. All those things dissolve. Because you see, there is no one to be jealous of. You see that there's nothing to lack, nothing to gain. Like it's all it just is. When you see that, there really isn't much other option than worship, than bhakti, right? Because there's no more, there's no you. There is just life. There's just life. That's what I keep saying. Like it helps if you're able to imagine all of matter, all the physical dimension as one thing. That helps gear your mind towards this type of level of understanding. When you begin to dissolve the concept of separation and differences, you can see the underlying connecting thread between all things. Everything that has life shares the same life. When you start to cultivate that relationship with nature and with the environment, it worships you just like you worship it. It gives back to you the same as you're giving with it. So it only makes sense to behave in ways that are selfless. It only makes sense to behave in ways that serve the people around you, to serve the people of your community, to serve life. He says it is a way to rise above the sense of duality which keeps assaulting us, and to understanding the uniformity of the world, the uniformity. Sure, the appearance of matter seems different. But even as you can point out the differences, you could also point out the similarities. And following that rabbit hole of similarities, you're going to start to find that more and more patterns of similarity become evident throughout nature. And the more that your capacity expands to understand these patterns, your intelligence expands as well. And as your intelligence expands, your perception of reality becomes more and more clear. So keep in mind also, intelligence is not book smarts. Intelligence is your capacity to process and to understand the data that is presented to you. Who loves orange soda? Peace. Talk to me, chat. Let me know what you think. Page 66, he talks about how to have access to the higher self, right? This is one of the underlying questions you're going to see throughout spiritual seeking. How to access the higher self. He says, detach and attach. This is on page 66, by the way. Transcend the limitations of the lower mind. Establish yourself in the higher mind so that the expression of manas is higher. Not self-oriented, but selfless. The expression of buddhi is not to gratify its own self, but also to make oneself act in a constructive, positive way with the environment and the world. In cheetah, the memories which bind us to this life in the form of associations, attachments, and identities have to be transcended. Cultivate detachment to move into the higher realms of cheetah, right? So in cheetah, in the mind stuff, there's lower realms and there's higher realms. The lower realms are the ones that are very much selfish and self-oriented. It only has the capacity to understand me and mine, self-preservation, right? Someone with an awareness can only process self-preservation and survival. That's lower mind. Now, as you begin to expand, because remember I said they're almost like concentric circles, so they include the previous. So included in a higher mind would be self-preservation, but not just for the individual, but for others around. As you extend out, more are included. It literally only makes sense to become more selfless as consciousness expands. Consciousness expansion and selfishness, they don't go together, because selfishness would be contraction of awareness. But yeah, he says, cultivate detachment to move into the higher realms of cheetah. When there's attachment, we are in the lower realms of cheetah. In attachment is asakti. What's that? It's identification with every sensorial pleasure, with every sense object, and with oneself, right? That's what we find in the lower realms of cheetah. Attachment and identification with the sense objects. That is the lower expression of cheetah. Upon developing the anasakta bhava, detachment, subject and object continue to be there, but without any influence anymore. For this to happen, the inner environment has to be balanced. So there, what he said, it was crucial to even reach that point where subject and object do continue to be there, but they don't have any influence. To reach that point, the inner environment has to be balanced. Again, this is the importance of harmony and balance. Mm-mm-mm. He says on page 68, this is a higher state of mind in which one becomes the drashta, or the witness of life, and at the same time connects with a higher purpose, paramartha. Even while one acts and behaves normally, one is always aware and thinking of a higher purpose. The mind, which was until now connecting with the sense objects, now connects with a higher purpose. So really he's talking about, as he continues even on to page 72, he says karma yoga is when a state of equilibrium and balanced expression comes about in the karmas. So when you start realizing these patterns and seeing how these things are playing out, you begin to adjust your life in such a way that you fit in harmoniously with everything else. Instead of living out of order, you live in order with the way that things are naturally flowing in the first place. Because with the propagation of karma, with the propagation of desire and attaining that desire and planting more desire, we're causing nature to behave in a certain direction that's going to just continue that madness. But when you begin to reduce that process, you fall in line with a pattern that already exists. You can ride a wave that is already moving. Society Eject says, if somebody tell me you are a donkey, I will say only a donkey can recognize another donkey. I won't believe the statement or be dejected and depressed because somebody abused me. I will say, all right, he sees me as a donkey. I know that I'm not a donkey, so why should I be affected? He is saying something in a reaction, and I'm understanding that with my wisdom, problems arise, and you confront a reaction and react to the reaction. Yes, that was a good one. That was a good one from the book. Again, like it doesn't matter what other people say or think. All that matters is how you are organizing this experience. Good stuff. Good stuff. Page 55. This was another good one. He says, you will realize that he was able to cross layer after layer of the mind. So this is page 55. This was about when the guy was going into meditation and he uprooted the cause for his asthma, right? He found a mentally embedded subconscious impression that resulted in that physiological situation that he had. And just like us, a lot of the things that we have in our lives that may be considered defects or whatever name you want to call these things, a lot of them stem from childhood impressions, deep sensory impressions that have gone buried under layers and layers of time, yet they continue to have an effect on us. Again, like I said, with whether it's the PTSD or the OCD or any of that stuff, many of those things can be traced back to a subconscious impression that has just been buried and covered up. Now, if we're able to go within our own minds and analyze the different behavior patterns that we have, we can trace the seed and begin to deal with them. So he says here on page 55, you will realize that he was able to cross layer after layer of the mind and dive deep into his cheetah so that the suppressed memories came up. And once that impression was taken out of the mind, the inner imbalance went away. The inner imbalance went away. When that seed was taken out, the inner imbalance that seed was causing goes away with it. Memories exist at the conscious, subconscious, and unconscious levels. If memories appear in the unconscious, they manifest as karmas. Key right there. I highlighted that line. This is on page 55, last sentence of the first paragraph. If you don't have this highlighted, highlight that. He says, if memories appear in the unconscious, they manifest as karmas. And if they appear in the conscious, they manifest as knowledge. So check that out. He talks about karmas and knowledge as being the same thing, just realized on different levels. We call it knowledge when we become aware of it consciously, knowledge, right? But when we are aware of it, but it's unconscious, it's karma. It's karma. So check that out. So we take that, and we also take what he said here on page 43, and this is about managing the character, right? So he says swabhava, the character and nature, has to be managed by complementing the negative with the positive, the restrictive with the creative. In other words, if your mind brings up something negative, give it the antidote to heal itself. If you're, oh, what if this happens? Then at the same time think, well, what if this happens? Balance it out, neutralize it. That's how you deal with that type of thought process. But he says, do not try to pull out the negative from your nature, right? So don't try to eliminate the negative aspect. You give it the medicine to harmonize it. Do not try to pull out the negative from your nature. That is a part of your nature. You cannot pull it out. It has been with you in the genes of your mind from birth. In the mental genetic structure, not the physical, the DNA of all these experiences exist. The genes of negativity exist. The genes of hatred, lust, and anger exist. You cannot modify, remove, or destroy them, because if you do so, you are destroying yourself. However, you can manage them by cultivating the positive strength to overcome the negative weakness. This is known as conversion, converting the negative power into a positive strength. Right there, he just broke down mental transmutation. Haven't we talked about that with the Kabbalion, talked about that with Ophiel, the process of mental transmutation? How do we do it? Exactly like he said here. All of the potential for the negative aspects are already in us. We've learned bad behavior. It was given to us through how we were raised and also through our genes. Some of us have a predisposition to just be negative, angry, right? Some people have anger management issues. Some people have lazy management issues, right? There's all types of issues that we have they just come with us, right? Knowledge that is unconscious, called karmas, right? Like I mentioned on that other page. I want to say 66. Yeah. So yeah, mental transmutation. So he talks about, because these things already are implanted within us, you cannot modify them, remove them, or destroy them, because if you do, you'll destroy yourself. They're what creates our personality, right? However, you can manage them by cultivating the positive strength to overcome the negative weaknesses. So we've all got these negative weaknesses. We've all got these mental, physical, emotional influences that give us the propensity to behave in a certain way. But it's actually this is what mental transmutation is, or as Swami Niranjanananda calls it, conversion. When we take that instinctual seed and convert it into something else, something beneficial, something constructive, something that works with us, instead of just following blindly behind an impulse like any animal can and would do. He said this is known as conversion, converting the negative power into a positive strength. Can't be a bitch because I don't walk on 4. Alicia M, peace. Nuru says, the true self, highest pure cheetah, which is soul, are eternal, and they are you. Death only kills the mind-body identity, not the soul or self or atma. Your self is eternal and continues after death. And death is part of the karma of the physical body. Because it was born, its inevitable fate is death. That's the physical body. And that's okay. It was supposed to be that way. And there are other aspects of our experience, right? Our experience is not simply just the 5 sense identification. Our experience goes beyond that. So hence, these higher aspects of self, they don't suffer the same death because they weren't born into the plane and the dimension of birth and death. Death only kills the mind, body, identity, not the soul. Court Singh says, I like this way of thought. It takes time to transform the weakness into strength. I know this very well from just stopping cold turkey on certain addictions I had. Right. The addictions came back stronger tenfold. Yes. And I think, yeah, he does mention that also here somewhere else about how if we tried to terminate some of these desires just cold turkey like that, they return to us with twice the power. It's all about how we manage these things. We've got, because it's an energy transmission. It's an energy conversation. It's a flow, right? And if we try to just stop the flow by force, the flow is going to back up and overtake us. So the better method to deal with these things is by management and redirecting them. Never about stopping something cold turkey, but always about transmuting it. This is the science. This is the art. I like what he says on 51 also, because this is a pretty good way to look at it. Once someone asks a sadhu how to know whether I am progressing in spiritual life. That's a good question, right? How do I know I'm progressing in spiritual life? This is an important one right here. So check this out too. This is on page 51. This is an important one here. How do you know that you're progressing in spiritual life? The sadhu replied, know that you are progressing spiritually when your desires reduce. When your desires reduce, that's how you know that you're progressing spiritually. He says, if your desires are on the rise, know that you are going downhill. Every spiritual aspirant has this question in mind. And they think that the measure of spiritual progress is internal experiences, right? Check that out. He says that every spiritual aspirant has this question, and they think that the measure of spiritual progress is internal experiences. People believe that if they see gods and goddesses in their meditation, they're on the right track. If they see demons, then they're on the wrong track. If a negative attitude becomes strong, they're on the wrong track. However, check this out. This is the actual truth, the actual answer. According to the wise, the vision of gods and demons is not the measure of our growth or our fall. Right? It's not about seeing gods and entities and spirits and all that stuff. That's not the measure of your development and your growth. That's not the measure of it, right? He says we can visualize everything in the mind. We can forget ourselves through hypnosis. That's not a big deal. Progress in life is realized when there is a reduction in desires and ambitions. Reduction means that one is not obsessed about a desire. One doesn't run after it. One doesn't lose one's balance due to it, right? This attachment causes obsession, and that obsession causes you to lose your balance. When you lose balance of mind, you enter into a tamasic state of mind. So the answer here is, how do you know that you're moving forward, that you're developing on the spiritual path? When the desires reduce, when the ambitions reduce, when the obsessions reduce, when those things begin to reduce, that's how you know you're moving forward. Not can you visualize the spirit better? You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of this stuff, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it doesn't have a purpose. But the true measure of your development and growth isn't how many books are read or what demon that you can summon. It's the reduction of these desires, truthfully. And I think that the more that you begin to see the patterns and the algorithms and see how the system works, I think desire begins to lessen naturally, because you start seeing how little of this experience is actually individual and unique. The more that you zoom out, you see the bigger picture. You see that this is more than just self-preservation and self-fulfillment. The more that you zoom out, you begin to gain a wider perspective and see that this is about more than just self-fulfillment. So naturally, desire begins to reduce. Obsession begins to reduce, because these things stem from ego. They stem from ego and identification with sense objects and the world of change. Will Trent says, I'm gonna need the book of Nuru because you got them fortune cookie flashcards every time, every session, right? Mad Bear says, could this be viewed as mind alchemy? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I would even just take the mind distinction off of it. I think that this is, what the occult indication of alchemy was about. Sure, there's a physical indication, but understanding the patterns of nature, we know that the subtle aspects control the gross aspects. So yeah, there's quite a few patterns that you can learn on the gross, dense physical plane. For sure, infinite patterns, infinite. But the more that you start to understand the patterns, you begin to see that there are patterns within patterns. And when you move the higher patterns, the lower ones begin to move. It's a lot like having a system of gears or wheels. And you might have that giant gear down here, and that would represent the physical plane. And it's attached to, some other gears, but there's little tiny ones up above. And as they spin, they begin to move the larger ones down below. That's a lot like how the subtle planes influence the larger planes. Now, of course, we know, say, for example, if you put a seed in the ground, eventually it comes up as a plant, right? You can begin to master that pattern just based off of the physical aspect of things. Put the seed in the ground, put some water in there, sunlight, and it grows. But there's a higher level of understanding that can allow you to cultivate more of the potential of that process of seed time, planting, and harvest. If you understand the higher patterns of planting, you can begin to approach it at a level of mastery. You can choose specific seeds and specific soil and specific fertilizer and specific time frames. You can get very, very precise with your work if you understand the higher levels, the smaller gears that turn the larger gears. But again, this indicates what capacity of understanding that you currently find yourself at. So that being said, yeah, talking about alchemy, there's the physical alchemy where things are changed physically, but there's also a subtle alchemy where things are changed on these subtle planes. Good stuff. Good stuff. Peace, Dreamwise. Chief Woolly Hair, y'all. Peace and love to all. Yeah. A big revelation came to me, and I am very grateful to have received perception of intelligence that is beyond my own. I'm very grateful to have been able to expand, even for a moment, to become aware of levels of intelligence that are beyond my own. And I tried my best to record what I could. I think I did a pretty good job. But yeah, just a lot of discussion about intelligence and the capacity to understand, and how exactly the Vedas and the inspired documents can serve to cause one's intelligence to expand. One of the mantras that I've been doing was for deeper understanding of the Vedas. And as I forgot about why I was doing the mantra and just kept doing the mantra, I look back and see that the results are becoming apparent. And I have nothing but gratitude for even being exposed to such potential. Because I could have missed it, but I didn't. You could have missed me. 333. That's the time it is over here. And one could even say the more patterns that you understand, the more patterns that you're able to process, the less effort that you have to exert. It makes sense. You work smarter, not harder, right? You work smarter, not harder. Because you start to, you only begin to focus your behavior, your action, your thoughts on the things that are going to provide the biggest change or the biggest influence, right? For example, there's ways to do anything, right? Say, for example, for a business, some people believe, or even for art, we'll say for art, some people believe, well, if I just draw and paint and I do free commissions and I just give my art away for free and just get my name out there, then my business will grow. But see, that is a level of understanding that probably doesn't come with much experience, because what one finds is that if you follow that path, you're going to end up just giving your art away and running into a lot of customers or patrons who may not appreciate it that way. But then when you begin to learn the business aspect of art, you can now focus your behaviors on actions that will be mutual to your efforts, and you can conserve your energy, because it takes a lot of energy to be giving a lot of things away for free, right? That's a pattern that you're stuck in. So if you learn a better pattern, to operate within, you can make better decisions. But that's all based on your capacity to understand and process information. And see, this capacity to understand and process information, you're not stuck anywhere. You're not stupid. You're not dumb. You're not limited with what you can understand. You can easily grow that capacity. It takes a little bit of effort, a little bit of work, but the same way that you can get good at a video game or a card game, the same way that you get good at anything is because you've observed the patterns. Everything that you're good at, everybody's good at something. Just take the limits off of it. I didn't say what you're good at a type of art or you're good at a type of thing. Like, everybody's good at something. Even if you're good at clipping your fingernails, everybody's good at something. There's something that you do that's just like, I got this. Effort. There's no question that nobody's going to do it better than you. Everybody has something. Even the most depressed individual they're probably the best at being depressed. Everyone's got something that they're really good at. But then if you analyze how exactly you got good at that, it's because of an accumulation of experience and information and data that has caused you to be able to process that information in an efficient manner. Somebody who is an expert in basketball, they have been on that court. They've invested so many hours that they have seen the patterns. If you spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on that court, you start to notice little things like where to step and how to step and how much pressure to apply when you turn and you move and what to do and what not to do. You just start picking up on all the little nuances because you're gaining experience and learning how to process information while being in that setting, right? So there's no limit to how much intelligence you can perceive in your lifetime. There's no limit to your capacity to understand. It just takes practice. Everything just takes practice. You can right now learn how to be a professional basketball player if you were willing to invest, if you were willing and capable to invest the amount of hours required to gain mastery, to gain that skill, to start practicing the patterns to the point that they become embedded. And here's what happens. When you do the basic practices, you do the basic drills, you learn how to dribble right, you learn how to run up and down the court, you learn the basic stuff. Once you have that mastered, now your sphere expands because these things are now deposited into the subconscious mind. You don't have to think about how to dribble. You don't have to think about how to run up the court. You don't have to think about the basic stuff because you've already grounded that within your being. Now your capacity to understand is stretched because now you can focus on the other subtle nuances. And guess what? After you master that, your capacity to understand expands again. Now you're able to handle even more information. Nobody comes in the game up here. You come into it down here and you've got to work your way up this way. You work your way up through practice. That's why it's not just enough to read the book. You've got to apply what's been talked about repeatedly, right? If you're following this path, if you join my course, and I give you a series of meditations to follow, you got to practice them regularly, because what happens is that's like dribbling. That's like running up and down the court. You're doing the basic stuff so much that it becomes embedded. And now that you're able to sit down and go right into chiasterium, you're able to notice and analyze the finer details and the subtle nuances of what's going on while you're in that expanded state. Everything is possible when you learn the pattern. There's nothing exempt. There's nothing outside of your reach. Now, it all has to do with the level of understanding that you've got currently. For example, there are some things that the human body is limited in what it can do, but you are more than the human body. Therefore, you and what you actually are has no limit to what you can actually do. There's things that are that the human body is limited in, right? You can only run up to a certain speed before you can only hear at a certain level. You can only, you're limited in your range of experience. But when you begin to come into an awareness of the aspects of yourself that are not bound by the five senses, you begin to increase your capacity on what you're able to do, how you process reality, right? Because I think that we can all confidently admit that there are aspects of ourself that extend beyond the five senses. You are more than just what you can smell, taste, touch, see, hear, all that. You're more than that, right? So there are other subtle senses. And as we come into an awareness of them, we start gathering data and collecting data about those subtle senses. And as we collect data, we start testing patterns, observing patterns, processing patterns, and the expansion continues. So it's not like, oh, psychic ability is just in the movies and magic isn't real. That's Harry Potter. No, it's your definition on what magic and psychic abilities and ESP. It's your definitions on those things that limit you from understanding your potential. Examine your definitions. When somebody says magic, what do you think? When somebody says demons, what do you think? When somebody says melanin, what do you think? When somebody says soul, when somebody says any of these buzzwords, what do you think? Just like in this book, when this dude's daughter called him a dog, he's thinking about a mangy mutt living on in the gutter. He could have easily thought of this fancy dog living it up. It's your definitions of these concepts that really color and shape your reality. Dissolve those obstacles. You don't have to have them unless you want them. You can have your limitations. That's your right. This is good. This is good. This is real good. And another thing, when you begin to expand to the point where you really observe a lot of the different patterns that have an influence on your life specifically, you also begin to lose elements of fear, because a lot of the things that we fear are things that we don't know and that we don't understand. So the more information that we gather about the different patterns and cycles of reality, fear also starts to melt away. Fear is a symptom of self-preservation. It's not that you don't want to preserve yourself, it's that you understand that you are preserved, because what you are is more than the five senses, more than your collection of memories. Y'all got to read this book, man. Got to read this book. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Peace and greetings, CJ. I'm glad that you are starting to see the connections. Dreamwise, peace, peace. Good stuff. Good stuff. Infinitely, infinitely good stuff. Nothing to fear, nothing to doubt. I mean, really, from this point, it's, I don't know. It just is what it is. It just is what it is. I feel like I am having more and more of clarity seeing this whole system, seeing how this whole thing is laid out. It's almost scary, but not. How far is this going to go? It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. It's just going to keep expanding. The drop of water hitting the ocean and losing its boundary of self, realizing that what it previously thought of as self wasn't even self, realizing that when you remove the aspect of time, that drop of water was never separated from the ocean. Never was. It was always there. The illusion of time was experienced through the illusion of separation. Every drop of water will eventually make its way back to the ocean, point blank, period. Eventually, right? Now, of course, because we are thinking in limits of time, that seems ridiculous. We can't comprehend eternity. That's unfathomable. But when you remove the aspect of time, you start to understand that there's a different dimension, the unmanifest dimension. The unmanifest dimension, its distinct differentiation from where we are now, is the fact that it is removed from time. It is the prototype dimension. So just imagine, if there's a realm where water is just in its pure, undifferentiated state. Same thing with human beings. Imagine if every human being was just reabsorbed back into its prototype. That's Adam Kadmon. That's Purusha. It's Metatron. Being in that state where it has never separated in the first place. Everything came out of it for sure. Or at least that's the appearance of coming out. It's always been at one with the source. Same thing with this reality that we're experiencing, because we exist in a state of duality, which is the objective experiencer of the subjective, the subjective experiencer of the objective experience. Because we exist within time and in duality like that, we see it as a process of evolution. But what I know is that eventually everything that came from something is going back to where it came from. Eventually, my consciousness will reunite with ultimate undifferentiated consciousness, which means at some level of existence, I'm already there. You're already there. So the difference is now resolving this illusion of time, because time is perception. How you experience time is based 1000% on perception, right? Two of us could be in the room talking. Hell, we've done it hundreds of times right here on this live stream. 6, 7, 8, 12, 20 hours will pass and it doesn't feel like it, because the perception of time has been altered. Likewise, when you go to work, it feels like it's forever. And likewise, when you've got a short amount of time to do a lot of work, the time speeds by so fast. Time is perception. It's not absolute. It's perception. It's based on perception. Even with hypnosis and different things like that, we can easily demonstrate that time is perception based. It's not an absolute thing, right? So that shows that you have a capacity to transcend the limits of time. It's immature. It's juvenile, right? It's very, very tiny. It's a baby level understanding of how to transcend time, but that will grow and it can grow. you can expand that ability to adjust the perception of time with practice. I mean, hell, when you meditate, it'll get to the point where you don't know if it's been years or seconds. If you go deep enough, and what's actually happening is you're expanding your awareness to a point that exists beyond time, that exists beyond the five senses, right? It's a state. And in order to explore that state even further, you've got to spend more time there. You got to practice getting there. So it's not just about sitting still and being quiet and saying, Om Shiva, Om Namah Shivaya. It's not just that. You're training yourself to sharpen your awareness and tune it into a fine point and cause it to inverse, right? So this is your awareness expanded like a flashlight. But imagine like a laser beam, you pinpoint it solid, and you concentrate it so much that it inverts. You're able to see within and beyond the illusion of separation. But you only do that once you start practicing it. No, I don't talk much about pranayama, which is the breathing exercises and breathing science of the breath associated with yoga. I don't speak much on it, but I behoove you to do your own research. It's just simply something I haven't covered yet, but it is highly important as I'm discovering myself. I think that one of the reasons that the meditations that I have been doing recently has been transformed because I included a level of concentration on the pranayama. It completely took my chakra shuddhi to the next level. For real, for real. Chakra shuddhi alone was a great exercise that allowed me the time and the space to witness myself in a state of clarity. But when I added this concentration of the breath to chakra shuddhi, because see, the chakra shuddhi, it's I wouldn't consider it complex, but there's a few steps involved with chakra shuddhi. But once you begin doing it over and over and over again, the steps start to become, you get used to it. You get used to it. And then you begin to notice other things. You begin to see patterns that have already been there, that have always been there, but never were noticed before. And I begin to observe new patterns as I begin to include a focus on the prana. So as I inhale and I exhale, and I just become so intensely immersed in that with the breath, with the breathing, becoming intensely aware of the prana going into my body with the inhale and leaving my body with the exhale. When I coupled that with my chakra shuddhi meditation, I began to observe an even more sensitive level of patterns that have been existing in that meditation. And I would say that just what I'm saying here is do your own due diligence on researching pranayama and different breathing exercises, because they are one of the many elements that can help to bring your awareness to an expanded state, not just for the experience of being expanded, but in that expanded state, you begin to see and observe more patterns, more data, more information, thereby increasing your intelligence. So by all means, please make sure that you're adding pranayama to your current practices. Pranayama. Nehru says the sense outside time happens in samadhi, which only comes from long practice. Silence and stillness is the beginning. Time doesn't exist. It's a measure only. Atman, true self, has always existed and always will. How far is it going to go? I ask myself sometimes. I stop caring before I get an answer, though. I just keep going. I keep going because I find that there is momentum when I throw myself into the exercises and into the research. When I throw myself into it and become as immersed as I can in understanding this information, purely for the sake of understanding it, not to do anything with it specifically, but just to validate it, just to experience it, just to see if this is true. Throwing myself into that process wholeheartedly, I believe has got to be the secret sauce to getting results. Intense, devoted practice. You can't substitute that. Society Eject says, I'm returning home. It's like a drop of water falling back into the ocean, of which it has always been a part. All things apart. All of us apart. Nehru says, there is only one thing in the universe. The ancient Hindus that we study here in the Vedas, as well as the Platonic Greeks and genius Kemet Egyptians, called it the monad, Aten, Atman, Brahman. I think that's where we're getting at with this analysis and observation of our experience. As we expand in our awareness, we begin to see that the many differences resolve in similarities. And eventually these similarities begin to resolve into a unity. Eventually all these differences begin to resolve into a unity. And an expanded awareness of consciousness begins to include more and more unity and harmony. It just comes with it. It just comes with it. That unity, that harmony, that ultimate singular thing. Like I struggle to find a word for it. Is it substance? Is it a thing at all? Is it a no thing? Is it both? I had a vision of the yin yang, and I saw the 5 elements within it. It was a representation of the 5 elements: the white portion, the black portion, the 2 dots, and the line in between. Or rather, the white portion, the black portion, the dots, the line in the middle separating the 2, and the line containing them all. We could say, yeah. Society Eject says, you, me, my mother, and my father, everyone who has ever been, every plant, every animal, every atom, every star, every galaxy, all of it. More galaxies in the universe than grains of sand on the beach. And that's what we're talking about when we say God, the one, the cosmos and its infinite dreams. We are the cosmos dreaming of itself. It's simply a dream that I think is my life every time. But I'll forget this. I always do. I always forget my dreams. But now in the split second, in the moment, I remember. The instant I remember, I comprehend everything at once. There is no time. There is no death. Life is a dream. You know, it's so weird because I feel like I'm speaking, but that wasn't me. And not to say that, oh, I'm so deep, but what I'm saying is that there is a similar radio station that's playing, and we happen to be picking up that signal. There's a similar radio station that's playing this frequency, this vibration, this capacity of intelligence that we all seem to be expanding into. And as we all mutually expand into this capacity, we start receiving some of the same understandings, because these are the understandings that are resident on this level. It's a beautiful thing. And again, it's proof that there exists experience beyond the 5 senses. But it can't be told. It can barely be read about. It has to be done. You got to do it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What more can be said? What more can be said? What more can be said? Corporeal Chaos Consulting. Peace. Corporeal Chaos says the difference between the master and the student is that the master has failed more times than the student has even tried. Ain't that the truth? Nuru says, unfortunately, we can only call it a thing, even though if there's only one, then thingness or separateness or objectivity doesn't exist, only the subjective knower, the one which you are. When I get in those states, I often, I think I've noticed somewhat of a, I don't want to call it a battle, but it's like a back and a forth. You know, you get to this point where, thanks, Mackenzie, thanks, Maxine. So even he talked in here about meditation, and meditation isn't just sitting down, close your eyes and feeling good. Meditation is literally a state of expanded awareness of consciousness, right? And what we learn, or at least what I've seen here, is that this expansion of awareness of consciousness happens in concentric circles. Imagine the tree of life, but not laid out like we see it. Imagine it as a bunch of circles within circles, with Malkuth at the center, Yasod surrounding it, right? Hod surrounding that, Netzach surrounding that. So imagine that these different spheres represent these different levels of awareness that expand outward. What we find in this pattern is that eventually there comes a point where there's somewhat of a filter, right? As consciousness expanded, it hits a barrier, and that filter signifies the next octave. Okay, so in the example of the tree of life, one of the barriers are the veils, the veil of Paraketh, right? The other veil that's in between Paraketh and Doth. Then, of course, Doth, the abyss. The abyss represents a massive filter that there are certain things very well cannot pass over. So we see this pattern repeating as it continues, because the tree of life and in consciousness, it cannot be calculated. There's not a limit to it. It goes eternally. But what we find is that there are recurring patterns in this eternal expansion. One of them is this filter. And this filter appears at Doth, and it appears at many other levels. But anyways, what I find oftentimes when getting into these deeper states of meditation is analyzing that fine point between the observer and the observed. At some point, when you zoom in close enough, it gets very difficult to distinguish the observer and the observed. And I think that's part of the state that at least I'm trying to reach. Because I see that it begins to get so close that there isn't much of a difference. Oh my. The Junkyard Jedi podcast says, I experienced a moment of eternal bliss yesterday. It felt like an eternity, but it was only 3 seconds, if that. When I stopped to appreciate that moment, I understand all and nothing at once. Yes, yes. It's a state that you expand out into. And here's the thing, as you expand, you notice that one of the qualities is that as you expand, there are things that have to be released. And a lot of those things that have to be released are associated with self-preservation and selfishness, all right? Now, don't be too tight with these words. Allow these words to be a general direction of the type of things that we're talking about. And when I say selflessness or self-preservation, I'm not talking about you just run out in front of traffic and kill yourself. Obviously, I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is the impetus for a lot of our thoughts and behaviors and emotions are coming from a place that is self-centered, right? Most of the things we do is because I want to have a feeling, and that's why I did it. We'll cover it up with logic, right? We'll cover it up with different justifications. But if you're honest with yourself, everything you do is coming from a place of, this is going to make me feel good, or I'm going to avoid this, right? Now, as we begin to expand the awareness of consciousness, you start to notice that those type of thoughts, the seed for that type of thought, the range doesn't extend that far. You literally have to become more than what you see yourself as in this objective human experience. You literally have to be more than that in order to really apprehend an expanded state of consciousness. In other words, the self beyond the self doesn't just care about your personal preservation. With that is included the well-being of others, essentially, because you begin to acknowledge that life is not just you. Life is this shared thing between all sentient beings. Nuru says, as soon as we give it, the monad, God, a word, then it is objectified as a thing, even though it is not truly a thing, but being itself. Language and expression itself confuses, hence silence and stillness. Peace, abnormal. Where'd I get this robe? Sheesh. Pretty sure I got it from Joann's or Michael's. This is just a big ass piece of fabric that I folded up. That's my robe. That's how they used to do it in the old days, right? Back in the 1500s and the 1300s and the 500s, they used to go to Joann's and get a cloth of fabric and tie it around themselves. Greetings, Kin Guide. Well, Laura, how you doing this afternoon?
Hey, Jeff. I'm doing all right. I just finished up a client and kind of joining in and stuff. I like that you're talking about kind of detaching from the sensory objects here, because I've been going through a very similar, I guess, state of awareness where I've been purging a lot recently. I've been getting rid of a lot of things that I don't need. And with that has come this interesting kind of situation where I noticed that, like, I want to pay for things, or I want to go out and have these experiences and these fleeting feelings according to the location that I'm at, because I've programmed myself for whenever I'm at this location, this is what I do. And really it's just a habit to, like, oh, this is a chance for me to chase this sense of excitement or stress relief whenever I enter into this moment. And I've noticed that that's kept me very tied to a particular situation continuing to happen, instead of seeing the larger picture and learning something new about that environment every time I step into it, and therefore, like, broadening my scope of awareness of opportunity. So it's been a really interesting kind of time where it's like, okay, I recognize that I don't actually need this item. I don't actually need to have this. But then what else is going on then whenever I enter into this location? Why is it do I want to stick on this one path here instead of seeing all this other shit that's opening up? Like, all right, now's the next step of, okay, let's explore what these other paths look like. What happens when I go to this corner at this location instead of my usual corner where I go and buy something or I go and do something for this specific feeling. So I'm glad you're bringing that up, because I think that allows us, for at least for myself, that's been allowing a lot of reflection to kind of come in on my own evasiveness. Like, when we're used to practicing a habit for so long, no matter how minute it is, we attach a certain part of our identity to that event that takes place. Like we attach a piece of ourselves to that. And when we are changing that up, there is this like strange small feeling of loss, no matter how much, like how tiny the thing is, the circumstance is. There's this tiny sense of like loss of identity that comes with it when you change a pattern, even if that means I go to the movies and I'm not going to buy popcorn like I usually do. Like even just with that, you can start to see how the ego attaches itself to these objects, to these external experiences, and relates to it now as part of your identity. So it's a really cool, it's a very cool exercise that I've been kind of doing. And yeah, and interestingly enough, by doing this, I've been inviting a hell of a lot more prosperity into my life and all the things that I've like wanted, right, to make life easier, because now I'm like actually playing with things. Like now I'm stepping out of that comfort zone. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. It's in that laboratory of self-analysis that we really start to see this stuff at play. And that's key also why meditation is so important, because it trains us to be in the moment, in the now. When you're at the movie theaters and you decide not to get that popcorn, you know, and there's a reason, right? Not just because of a money issue or because you're not hungry, but choosing not to do it because I feel the impulse to follow this pattern, but I'm just going to choose not to because I don't want to do it. When we take that intent coming from a place that is not influenced by desire, we start to see it for what it is. It's an echoing pattern of some seed that was planted. And
right.
until we address those echoes, we'll never address the seed.
Right. And the thing about the desires is that at a certain point, it's not even, I guess it is, I guess I've been kind of playing with the idea of when does a desire, like what necessarily is a desire, right? Is a desire an action? Because in the yoga books, right, they say that every thought is a desire, because this desire inspires you to act on something, right? This craving inspires you to act towards, like, I'm going to get a glass of water or something like that. So every thought is a form of a desire. But I wonder if there's a point where these desires start to become, like, do they stay? I'm kind of exploring the different levels of that, right? Because there's sattvic, then there's rajasic, and then there's tamasic. And I feel like when we get to these points where we're kind of just sick of doing the same thing, it's still the desire or the craving that's kind of making us do this, right? That's making us continue it when we don't really want to, but it's heavier. Like it starts to change into just kind of a tamasic form, right? Because it starts gaining an actual form there. Like you have to do this now instead of I want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
What's your opinion on that, or what's your viewpoint on that, and how these desires change in their weight and in their effect on us and that kind of thing?
Very nice. I would probably differ a little bit in what you said by saying that the thoughts themselves aren't desire, but it's our reaction to those thoughts that are desire. Because we're not going to be able to stop the five senses from giving us data. That's its job, and we collect it. But it's how we respond to that data that is the desire. But in the memory banks are stored previous interactions with similar scenarios. And because we hold those previous interactions as, like you said, the weight to continue behaving in the same way, because we hold those previous interactions in priority, we don't really even make the decisions. We just go along with, like I said, the echo of what's been planted there.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people have trouble because they do try to eliminate the sense data when that it's not about elimination, it's about management. If we focus more on how we manage what we're experiencing, we learn that the stress is not necessary.
Yeah. And that's so key, is changing the tune, sorry, that's my dog, is changing the tune of our focus, is actively changing the focus. Because the whole idea of mind management is not, as you just said, right? It's not to force this particular bad habit to change. Like, you actually don't even confront the habit at all. It's kind of like, you know, an annoying person, like they're just going to be annoying. So instead, you're going to start inviting more things into that circumstance that then changes the habit itself, changes the annoying person, because it has to now start to adapt to the new environment that you're putting it in. And then that's where you get the actual change happening, is when you have to change your environment around it. It's not actually changing the habit itself directly, because that just makes it expand.
Yeah.
That's like such a trip, right? On how the mind does that. But
and it shows how deeply the ego influences our levels of thinking. It helps us to understand that when we talk about ego, this is a program that is running right alongside our awareness. If we were to say awareness, this is us paying attention to whatever we're paying attention to, that's a program that's running. There's also a program that's running right next to it, but also blended in with our awareness. And that program is called ego. And its simple task is to attach itself and identify itself with what it's experiencing, and to classify it as, yes, this is pleasurable. No, this is painful. So the mistake that we often make is we believe that is our awareness, that is us, and we allow it to tell us what to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's I know the ego is a crazy thing to try, and it's the last thing that, you know, yogis and such learn to be able to detach from, because ego is like the act of being human. It's trying to affirm itself, to affirm you as a you and something different from what you are. And so every day, the way how we're living through the eyes of an experiencer, but we are not the experiencer. It's the ego that keeps portraying this illusion that adds to how, because, you know, as we've talked about, I think last week it was, where we were breaking down how consciousness separates, right, into prana and into awareness. And so, you know, as we've become more, as we're in this form, right, in this tamasic form, the ego sustains that form. It sustains that affirmation of an illusion. So I think that I think it's something that just has to be taken as a part of this experience. And like, you'll detach from it when you are like on the fucking level, but you're not going to be on that level probably anytime soon. Like, we're still, you know, if we get cut, we still bleed. You know, if we were really on a level, we could get cut and it wouldn't, and our body wouldn't react the same way. Like, there would be a different type of reaction that actually starts to happen, because time and space and reality starts to function as one thing. It goes upon those more subtle levels. So ego comes up kind of everywhere. I think for most of us, especially Westerners, our biggest struggle is just dealing with the illusion of it. Because go ahead, sorry.
Exactly as you said, is regarding like the yogis and how it takes them so much time to detach from the ego, how that's the last thing. That's because we literally cannot fathom a way to detach ourselves from it until we raise our capacity to understand. Until we raise our capacity to that level where it extends beyond ego, then and only then can we drop it. But the majority of our experience is going to take place within the context of ego. So just like what they said in this book, it's not about destroying it, it's about managing it. Eventually we can manage it and it's almost like using everything. Nothing here is bad. Nothing here is against us. Nothing here is going to cause you harm. You make it cause you harm. So really, we're developing this flexible awareness to be able to adapt and change and move with, or become formless, like how the pattern of consciousness actually is. It's formless. So when we begin to reflect formlessness in our perception of reality, when we're able to do that within ourselves, we naturally are able to work our own expansion of consciousness to the point that it goes beyond ego. Goodness.
Yeah, and right now, most of us are just caught up in the mind space. Like, I know for myself, this whole journey this past year has been literally just mind management. Like, simple, but really hard and very in depth. Like, can you have clear intentions without the clouding of past experiences? Can you actually focus without being clouded by these thoughts, by these manas, by these vrittis, by negative or positive affirmations? Like, can you really focus? And for me, I've noticed that that most of my motivations for focus were externally driven. It was not from the internal. I was not communicating with that fully. It's taking me time and layers to actually get through just the mind gunk, to clean the lens. So it's like, I'm not even thinking about the ego right now. Like, I am, but like, separating from the ego, that's like me trying to sell everything and then go to a mountain somewhere and try to live when it's hard, when, you know, like even camping is a skill that I haven't totally acquired yet. You know, like, like it's not tripping out about that just yet. Right now, it's mind management. It's understanding what real cause and effect is.
So we'll have to get to the level of ultra instinct, you know, in order to be able to fight with ego. Until then, we have to go through what did Goku do to first? What was his first move he learned? I think it was like he had to learn Kamehameha. Then eventually he learned Kaioken. Then he learned Super Saiyan, then Super Saiyan 2, then 3. All that isn't even strong enough to beat Jiren. All that isn't strong enough to beat the ego. So we literally have to go through the same level of consistent training as Goku to Dragon Ball S, the whole next series, right? So if Dragon Ball Z was a lifetime, was an incarnation, in that incarnation, we're not equipped to battle ego fully. We do the process of growth and evolve to that point, but it takes all of that data and experience even to the next series. In other words, that's just to illustrate how deeply the influence of ego is. And it's not even, I don't think that our focus should be in defeating ego, because we're not built for that. I think our focus should be learning how to manage it, how to dance with it. And after we've danced with it enough, eventually it's going to reveal its, you know, back door.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think little practices at a time are just very necessary. This book and the mind management book have really taught me a lot, especially because in the end, what they're saying is that everything is based off of perspective. If you can effectively change your perspective and how you look at something, it no longer holds its form and it no longer has a control over you. Like, literally doesn't. That's the thing you have to break through when dealing with the mind space, is no form is actually cemented in there. So if you're being plagued with a memory or with a trauma, it's because what you've allowed to grow there is a specific experience. Just like going to the movies and getting popcorn each time. You've programmed to have a specific perspective and a specific way of reacting to that situation every time it comes up, instead of changing it. And what the yogis talk about is moving to a space of non-reactiveness, remaining neutral, non-reaction. Non-reaction is the base of forgiveness. It's not saying that you forget some shit happened or that you recognize it as good or bad or anything like that. It's that you no longer hold the space for it. So literally, if something or someone were to come up again and try to hit you up against this, try to hit you up, it would have to change its form to even get close to you, because you are now the environment that's changed.
Right.
You are the one that is changing that nasty habit, that was that trauma, that is that person, whatever. So that has also been a very huge beneficial thing for me to start practicing recently, has been rewiring my own memories and experiences, all of them, so then I can start having different experiences and bringing upon that a different environment to perhaps the same situation, and then watching how it plays out.
Malik, how are you doing this afternoon?
Hey everybody, how's everybody doing? I'm doing great too, by the way. Easy. Yeah, I was just listening in not so long ago. He's talking about the ego, and I loved when in the book, I'm trying to find the page, and he's talking about the ego, and he's like, the way to beat the ego is with humility. He says, humility. I'm just trying to remember, but he's talking about pretty much how humility is stronger because that's the only thing that can quiet the ego, pretty much, and it has to. The only thing since the ego is lesser than humility. I want to find a chapter, but it was pretty hot when he said that.
Yeah.
Because do people even do that? It says, oh, there it goes. The ego can be quieted with humility. Don't think of humility as weakness. It's a very powerful force. Only a force that is stronger than the ego can quiet it. And I thought that was really profound because when you talk to most people, they're like, "Oh, I don't want to be I don't want to be humble. No." Like they're like, you just see their ego going everywhere. But the whole thing is being that state of humbleness allows the ego to quiet and then the true self to come forward.
Right. But that is a good point and being timely when you bring that up. Like you said in the book, the only thing that can really defeat ego is something that's stronger than ego. And he talks about how humility is a force that is more powerful than ego. So that might be a key and an indication to the type of programs that we would like to run in our awareness if our goal is to transcend the five sense experience. In other words, incorporating humility into our daily thought process can help to keep that ego in check. Good stuff. What page was that on, by the way? I couldn't find it either.
That was on page 72.
72. I was there.
I thought, which is pretty cool. I was listening earlier. I think I'm gonna start practicing the cheetah shooty and the purification of the memories. And thought that was really important. We're talking about chakra shooty and also purification of all stuff. You're talking about how it reorganizes it all back down.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, wow, you also gotta what even Laura was just talking about. Kept on popping my head. I was like, I don't know if I share it, but fuck it, I'm share it. But I remember years ago, I think I was watching Primordial Chaos, I want to say. And he was just talking about going back into meditation and going down, talking about page 72, but going down to 72 I've got steps. And then a meditation where you pretty much think of a downward spiral staircase and you're transcending down into it. And then once you get there, you just go into a really deep meditation at the end of the day, and you pull up these, emotional things what Laura was about and go back and rechange the outcomes of certain things that happen. I've done that a lot, and I'd say that can totally help. You know, that's very important. How we, I think Snyder talks about it a lot too. How we can go back and change how we, like, you know, perceive certain things. Like you said, perception is fucking everything at this point. How you perceive and handle certain things, and how you internally take that is a lot.
Yeah, there's an exercise by Richard Bandler that he did where if you have a memory that is constantly coming up, you first turn it all to black and white. So you change its color to black and white. And then you go to, typically your memory has a beginning scene and an end scene. So you go to the end scene. Then you play the whole memory backwards. That means like really fast, you have this idea of people like, you know, walking backwards, talking backwards, that kind of stuff. And then you put in circus music. So it's the as you go through the whole scene until the very beginning. And then he challenges you to play it back normal. And you can't, because you've now literally changed up that memory to the point that your brain can't just like switch back to its normal programming with it anymore. Neurologically, it's changed. You've like changed the memory itself now. So now there's this other association to it. Like, so rad.
Totally. It's like changing your past memories. And then that, like, say something traumatic happened for people, and you go back there, you could go change that to a non-traumatic situation. That's going to be a lot harder, but it's definitely possible. And then say if that affects you from talking to people in a comfortable manner. Now, if you can go back and fix it, now you might be able to start fixing these things. I think that was all, when I heard that, I was like, wow, man, I was like, I got to hop on that one real quick, because, you know, everybody has these things that we want to fix, and it's just doing the steps. That's why I like this, because this is some real shadow work right here. Fuck all the bullshit.
Right.
This is like shadow work at like level 10, you know?
As a part of illustration for some of these concepts, it'd be good to understand that what he says about memory, how he says that cheetah is memory, or memory is stored in the cheetah, right? He says the cheetah is the repository for all of these memories. So when different experimenters, like Alora mentioned, Mr. Bandler, or like you mentioned, Mr. Snyder, we're playing with the cheetah. We're going into this malleable mind stuff. And like he says in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, verse number 1 and 2, he says that yoga is the management of the cheetah, is the management of the mind stuff. So when we're doing these path working exercises or visualizations or adjusting the memories or going back into your childhood and changing the outcome, we're going into this cheetah and we're adjusting it. It's malleable. It's malleable because every potential exists there. Like he said in this book, the cheetah memory is not just our personal cheetah memory, but also the cheetah memory of previous incarnations. And if you expand that out far enough, that includes every incarnation. This is how the psychic stuff works, because at a level of cheetah, we're already connected. We share the same cheetah. Management of the mind stuff is yoga. Management of the cheetah is yoga.
That's
Somebody
why
can take that. Somebody can take that and have a breakthrough.
That's why I said cheetah shuddhi was really important, because you got to cleanse that shit too.
Yeah.
What does it say? I think I just found it. Cheetah shuddhi for organizing the manas. This was hot too. I loved how he was giving you the tools. I'm like, damn, it's like the second time he did it, where he literally just tells you, well, if you want to fix the booty, you gotta use Pratahara and Dharana. If you want to fix the cheetah, use cheetah shuddhi. And he does it earlier in the book where he's like, dude, it's how, you know, he's giving you just got to do the work or be the work.
It's about an understanding of what it is that we're dealing with. Most people don't have progress because there's not a comprehensive understanding of what we're dealing with. So all these different aspects that we're pointing out and that he's talking about and that other teachers and books are talking about, if we're able to build a framework of all these different things, right? We talked about the Antakarana, which is the inner tool. It's comprised of buddhi, ahamkara, cheetah, and manas. Well, each of these serve a function and a purpose, right? Just to go over briefly, we know that manas is the body mind. The manas is what happens with the five senses in the collection. We talked about ahamkara or ego. Ego is the algorithm, the process, the equation, the formula. All these are formulas, by the way. Ego is the formula of seeing something or experiencing something and identifying with it. And then, of course, buddhi. Buddhi is that aspect of ourselves that is just beyond the five senses and just beyond the memory and connected to a higher comprehension of consciousness. But then we work with all this through the cheetah. We work with those aspects through the mind stuff. The mind stuff is what we use to interpret our reality. See, like everything that happens, for example, the story in the book where the guy talked about how she called him a dog, right? That's just an experience. But he took his cheetah and used it to create a picture of this mangy mutt. He did that. Likewise, life happens all around us. But we take from our cheetah, whether it's fresh or recycled memories, and we define our lives based on what's in that mind stuff. Use it for your benefit. Take that process, understand that process.
And like he says, throw away what is not needed. If you don't need it, throw it away. Let that shit fall in the DOF if you have to, you know what I mean? And let it get recycled. But he says, I love that. That's what I always use in my day-to-day life. If it don't fit, throw it away. Take what's necessary. You have a conversation with 10 people, they're all going to give you something important. It's if you can take what's out of that little conversation and extract all the good stuff that you can apply. You know what I mean? It goes along with the memories. We have good memories and bad stuff in you. But throw away the bad shit. Keep the good. Let the good reside and let the bad wash right off you so you can purify what is good in you, and you can take the good qualities and let them, you can polish them even more, you know, shine them up a little better. But the bad stuff, you don't need that. Let that go. It's not doing nothing for you.
And also it helps to understand why, because we got these formulas and these processes. This is a science, this is a math. So if we take this and understand it logically, equally as emotionally, because doing that is going to make us feel better. It's going to make us feel better to throw away the negative and increase the good. It's going to make us feel better. But when we look at it from the equation standpoint, what is this doing? When what we're aiming towards is harmonizing our lives, bringing balance to our inner reality. Because what happens is there is imbalance and there's inharmonious relationships. When we see the world as a negative place and it causes us pain and stress and disharmony, that plants more seeds of pain, stress, and disharmony. It's a cycle that continues. So truly this whole shadow work, this removing the negative things and the harmful things, it's not just about feeling good. It's about creating a new pattern that's going to decrease the negative aspects, tamas. It's going to decrease the rajasic, excited, anxious aspects. And it's going to allow an environment where the sattvic aspects can increase. And the sattvic aspects represent being able to experience life in a clear fashion, to be clear. We can't see clearly when we're tamasic or rajasic. So it isn't even just throwing away the bad, it's also reducing the influence of the good. You look at a picture of these yogis, not the new ones, but the older ones, they all look like they're very much emotionless. I know that's kind of scary for some people, but one of the questions that I was left with when I contacted Metatron, congratulations me, was, is it possible for one to be emotionless and still exercise compassion? That's what I was left with as a personal meditation. Is it possible to be emotionless and still exercise compassion? I had to think about that. Cosmic chlorophyll, peace. Caesar, peace and love.
I think the way how, I know you said that the yogis are appear emotionless. I think a word that I would describe perhaps is like just non-reactive, like just not affected. Because I think that most of us, right, even like entire cultures are based off of expressing yourself with a certain emotion. What happens when you enter a culture where emotions aren't bad, but they're not the predominant factor of that society? What does that look like? I think for us Westerners, that's really hard for us to even fathom. Like, how can you, how can you live without emotions dominating your life? What does that look like? And what's interesting is that the yogis, when they reach that point, they talk about being in bliss, total bliss, because bliss is not that enthusiastic that we think it is. It's not that, for us, we think bliss is like a form of enthusiasm. But the problem with enthusiasm and excitement is that it wears out pretty quickly. And then you're constantly seeking to fuel, to like find it in other places and things. So excitement actually sort of has an attachment to it, right? It has like this trade-off with it. Whereas non-reactiveness, that neutrality, is what's considered the form of bliss, where it's like nothing actually has really an attachment to you. Like you don't feel one way or another about something. And so you have a freedom that is not experienced by most of the human race. I can't even fathom what that's like, but I can get their point when they're saying that it's eternal bliss. Like, imagine being able to be happy without the expectation attached to it, or needing to go somewhere else outside of yourself to find it. Like, there is no finding, there is no craving, there is just this being. There's just this state of being where things are fucking cool.
To add to that last statement, where things are fucking cool, regardless of what's going on in the external reality. Your leg could be on fire. Things are fucking cool.
Yeah. Right? Like, they even talk about being on the next level, even of that, where they say, if you're on that kind of level, you are connected to a united consciousness. So now you've tapped into the consciousness of like people thousands of miles away from you. You've tapped into that unitedness. And so, in this book and in my management book and all that, and all these yoga books, they talk about stories where like swamis will all of a sudden like hear a woman or have a vision of a woman watching her house burn down, and they'll send some people to go and help her out, even though they never met her and she may be 3 villages over. It's because you tap into that level of psychicness, of psychic awareness that is connected to everyone all around the world now. So it's a more unified state of being, which is why the circumstances that are presently there are not necessarily affecting you so much. Because now you're part of the whole thing.
Yeah. Levels of consciousness can definitely be seen as a series of concentric circles. And I'm talking about, almost think of a bullseye or dartboard, the center and then other layers surrounding it. And these different layers represent different capacities to understand reality. Now, of course, we're going to find the majority of people inhabiting one particular layer or one particular radio station, or at least I should say there's an aspect of ego that exists on a particular radio station. And since many people are tuned into that radio station, their behavior is pretty predictable because they're going to do ego shit. But there's a layer of reality that expands even further than just ego. And I'm willing to wager that at that level, one can easily perceive what other people are going through, especially since their behaviors are going to be predictable based on ego programming.
What question? Would humility be above ego?
I would say so.
Mm.
It wouldn't be within it.
KP brought up a good question, I think, the other week. Someone was talking about how they were acting more generous towards others or something like that. And he was like, well, were you doing it for you or were you doing it because of someone else? And I think that's where humility has its attachments. You know, it's like, are you doing it? Why are you practicing humility? What is humility? Is it something that appeases your external environment, or is it something that is an internal alignment?
When he speaks of humility there, I think it was page 72. Looks like he's talking about behaving from a level that is selfless. So on one hand, only the performer knows the intention. But since we're dealing with equations and algorithms, until I find a better word, I'm going to call them algorithms. But there's patterns that input equals output. But the true pattern of humility and everything really is that the seed is inherent in the fruit. So if there's an action performed in humility, it's going to bear fruit of humility. The Bible says, you shall know them by their fruits. Very much a Samkhya-inspired line. True acts of humility are going to reap a harvest of humility in other forms. Just like acts of selfishness reap nothing but desire and more selfishness.
Okay.
Some things you can't fake. True humility.
That's true, though. Because if you just watch, you can tell if somebody's doing stuff in a humble, inspired way versus self-inspired, you know? You just can tell by people's actions. In the day-to-day, like when people are striving for things, I could say you can more see it. Is it out of a state that I'm just going to do it to help somebody, or I'm going to do it to help myself and it turn out to help somebody else, you know?
What the hell just happened? Okay. Yeah, and there's another, on page 68, they talk about how everyone kind of there's like a way that you kind of reach this level of intention, right? Of clarity intention.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that's, oh my God. All right. Sorry, y'all. So, like, they're Jesus, what the hell? All right, I'm just gonna go. Okay, so they say, the sages come to the conclusion that all beings have to go through both levels, para as well as apara. Therefore, they advise that for one half of your life, follow the worldly goals, material fulfillment, and emotional fulfillment. And for the other half of your life, perfect the higher expression, righteousness and liberation. The first two are for self-satisfaction, and the second two are for the higher expression. And I think most of us are still within that first half of our phase where we're learning about our emotions and what desires are and all this kind of stuff. So we're still very young, according to the sages. So like, I don't think it's an issue if you practice humility, but I think I think what they try to encourage is that you're always analyzing it as like, okay, this is the first part of my life here. You know, like right now I'm in the emotional fulfillment and self-satisfaction stage. Like I'm going to have little brinks of this higher expression. Absolutely. But this is stuff that I'm still learning right now. So it's just kind of like right now, I think that we're becoming aware of intention and the weight that intention actually has on something and the effect that it causes in the world. So, yeah, I think it's just a matter of just being in tune with that, of the fact that, like, you know, are you performing this humility for a self-satisfaction? Because even if I'm helping someone else, that's still a self-satisfaction on my end. I wanted to help because I like that feeling. I like that feeling of being helpful.
Right.
So like, what's that? You know, that's not bad.
Well, there's a dance that's involved too, because we're talking about management, and management is an ongoing active process. And see, this it's the same that I've learned with meditation, right? I work with meditation, and I work with a lot of people who are learning meditation. So I'm seeing patterns. And one of the patterns is that when we come into meditation, a lot of people are very rigid. And I don't mean stiff in body, I mean stiff in thought. So they think, oh, I scratched my nose, or I'm itching, or I had to move. I'm doing this wrong. I'm not cut out for this. But what I've learned is that you go through that. While it may happen and you may have scratched, you can tell yourself, you know what, that's okay. We're going to do better next time, and let's keep going. There's a management that's happening in the moment. So likewise, when it comes to even humility and learning how to do humility, or how to be more compassionate or live with humility, we will still make actions based out of ego and based out of emotion. But that doesn't mean we can't go within and reframe it in the moment, right? For example, you might buy something for someone else because it makes you feel good, but there's still time to reframe that. If Malik can go into his past memories and change the effect of his childhood on his present moment, we can do the same thing. I think that also counts as management. What's the word? Calibration. So I think if we do that enough, then we'll start to naturally move in a selfless manner. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
At least
Right.
that's how I do it. You know, there are still times where I do make behaviors that may be selfish, but in the moment I switch them up, I change it, I make it work. And as I continue, it gets better.
Well,
I get better.
and I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, I think it's actually very Tomasic. You're sitting there like, no, I
Right.
shouldn't have done that.
Right.
You know, that is super
Right.
Tomasic. Like, you are put on an expectation for you to be a certain image in your mind, but you're still trying to fit a human image, which is not real.
Right.
So, like, you got to be cool with this process. Be unattached to it as you go along. Not saying like, oh, I burned your house down. Sorry, I guess. You know, like no, don't. You know, that's also Tomasic. But like Travis saying, it's a balance. It's a calibration, a constant calibration. And it's, can you catch yourself in the moments where you're like, wow, okay, I've had a bit of identity attached to that. Okay, well, all right. And you slowly work to the higher expression of self, which is non-reactiveness and acting out of like true compassion and realizing that liberation is all within yourself, that your environment has nothing to do with it. That human is a fucking lie. So like that's where, and so like that's where I think that it comes. I think that's what, you know, I think we just have to let go of that whole expectation that like, well, the yogis don't ever eat pizza, you know. It's like, chill the fuck out, bro. It's okay to eat some pizza sometime. It's okay to like buy your friends a gift. It's okay to, you know, like live your life. It's okay.
I guess this would be appropriate. Is it in page 68 where you just reading off? Everyone has desires, even the sannyasins do. The only difference is the sannyasin. This is what I feel like we're talking about, is trying to become a witness. I know you talk about that a lot, like, you know, and that's why I've been practicing that for a while. Like, you know, but let me finish, a witness of the desire while our householder is immersed in it. You know, we go through it and we're so immersed into the lifestyle. Like you're saying, just being, like, you know, in that state of, it is. I like it. I remember I say all the time, it is what it is, you know? Oh, it's raining. Oh, that's beautiful. You know, being satwic in all things that are happening, like you said earlier. If your legs on fire, just be like, it's nice and toasty down there.
Granted, you know what I'm saying? I use that as an example, but
well, yeah.
Cultivating a sattvic lifestyle, we can avoid situations where our leg would be on fire. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are like, well, you can't take that mindset into the streets because things are different out here. Yeah, but also in the process of cultivating a sattvic mindset, you remove yourself from situations to where, those type of things will be a reality. This is so good. All this is so good. I haven't felt frustrated or anxious or confused in a long time. And let me tell you, that feels great. And I can attribute that to the information that I have been studying and practicing. The information that I've been studying and practicing, looking at my life right now, I realize there's a severe lack of confusion, doubt, anxiety, fear. Like none of that stuff exists within my being. Every cell of my existence is full of gratitude and compassion. Now, it may take a little while for the ego aspect, the mental aspect, the image aspect of myself to acclimate to that. But even the superficial levels of myself understand, and I've always understood, that this life is something that can be cherished. It can be good. It can be wonderful. Why not?
I think you got to make it into an experiment. Like that's what's helped me the most when it comes to learning to detach or act as an observer. To step into that role, I make myself the experiment. Like I realize that I am the person who is like this avatar, this being right here is going through a life experience. And now is the opportunity to really explore that. I don't have to stay in the same spot. Like you are given a life to experience, to play in. Like go and play. Go check that out. And that includes that internal stuff. Like I agree. I'm so grateful that this journey has brought me to a place where like now I'm trying to watch my words, but I'm also aware of my motivations behind what I'm saying. So I may still say some stupid shit, right? but the immediate thought that comes up in my head isn't defensive. It's, wow, that was for an external factor. I wonder what that was. And then immediately it starts to kind of figure it out and make plans to try something different next time. So like it's pretty amazing if you're consistent with the practice of how all these different aspects of your life come up that you can play with now.
Yeah. I love it. Trendy Phillip in the chat asks, Trav, do you attribute this new sense of self with daily meditation practice or diet? I can say that all those things contributed, yes. But also remember that nothing is an end. Like it's all about relationships and processes. So even whatever it would take to inspire me to take this path is just as good as the result. right? Because it's all sattvic. So yes, the meditation practices certainly help. Diet certainly helps. But ultimately, the main aspect is seeking clarity, chasing after sattva in any aspect, whether it's clarity in diet, whether it's clarity during meditative practices, whether it's clarity in relationships with other people. It's having a mindset that's focused on finding clarity. Because in my meditations, I have a consistent relationship with an experience of myself beyond the limitations of the five senses. I'm able to experience it firsthand, not just talk about it, not read a book that someone else wrote about it, but in my practice of meditation, I spend time with that higher aspect of myself. I do that. And in that relationship that I spend with my highest aspect that I can conceive of, as I spend more time with that, I find that my five sense self, right? This version of me right here in a body doing stuff with other people, this aspect of myself becomes more calm, more clear, more relaxed, more confident, right? More grateful because of the experience of expanded awareness, because of hanging out with God, hanging out with whatever the highest ideal you can conceive of. Naturally, you start to change. Naturally. So yeah, I would attribute it to practice and diet, but I would attribute it to the seed of why I even started this in the first place, which is seeking clarity.
It's like developing a good parent-child relationship. Like your higher self, the one that's not attached to the sensory objects and all of that, is stable. It's like the parent. Yes. It's like when you connect to it, you're connecting to this stable parent that always gives you solid advice, that's been through this before, what it's doing. And your sensory self is the child that's constantly reacting off of what they see from the parent. So when you develop that relationship, the child no longer acts like this wild, untamable beast, but instead starts to mirror the parent self.
Yes.
That's a great analogy.
Yes.
And I could attest to that because, like, before me, like, practice, I did a lot of studies and I knew stuff, but even just practicing in this yoga stuff, and it allows me to, like she said, like, because I was definitely like my like you said, lower self was definitely like an untamed child. I was doing all this different stuff, being like, and I was called back then just being free, doing whatever the fuck I wanted, you know. But now I like to say a lot. I've been using this word a lot. It's a lot of self accountability now. When I learn, like, it's like wow. Because if you don't, I don't have to be it, but then I know since I am doing, I'm like, damn. I'll sit down in a chair, I finally relax, and all this stuff comes up. And I think that's where the big step is for me, at least. It was being self-accountable, realizing when that stuff is going on, and even taking. You got to fix it, you know. At that time when it comes up, like she said, you got to go. Oh, little child, you need to relax right now, because you know what I mean. You have to be accountable to all of it. Because it's like any, like you, I'm gonna use the now, like you said. Some parents, you can let the little kid run around in the store and act them up, or you can, like you said, you have that well-behaved child, the lower self that's reflecting the higher self. That was really dope.
Yeah. I'd like everyone to have a picture in your head, right? A picture of circles, a circle, and a circle surrounding it, and a circle surrounding it. And this process of circling continues outward, as far out as it can go, as far out as you can perceive, circles upon circles upon circles. Now, each one of these circles is a level of understanding, a level of comprehension of data. If you were to take the circle limits away, you would just see a fathomless ocean of data, of experience, of information, a fathomless ocean of information. But this information collects in groups and patterns naturally. Just like when you zoom out and observe information at mass, you begin to see recurring patterns. So we can say that these layers of circles represent an apprehension of that data, or I should say clusters of data. So say, for example, if I know how to walk, that's a collection of data. If I know how to walk and then jump and to land safely, that's everything about walking plus an added layer of jumping. Now, if I learn how to run and jump and do a backflip, I've added another layer to my understanding. So we can look at awareness going through the field of infinite consciousness. Awareness going through that field is layers of understanding. So the more that we are able to comprehend and process patterns and information, that is an indication of our level of intelligence, our capacity to understand the data. Now, there is data that exists independently of the five senses. And for this, we utilize metaphor to understand. We utilize symbology to understand. We utilize mantra. We utilize meditation. We utilize these different aspects of going within to understand. Check this out. I talked earlier about an image of concentric circles expanding out into infinity. Now, what happens if you reverse that process? You take the circle that is your level, and then you draw a circle just within that, and a circle just within that, and a circle just within that, and you continue that process infinitely as well. These are also levels of understanding. This is when you zoom into a specific subject matter. The beautiful thing about the infinite field of consciousness is that it's only a field because it is a replication of holograms of itself. It's just a fractal pattern of itself. If you look at a fractal, it goes on indefinitely, but it's the same image. So when you go within, when you zoom in, you're still going to find the truth because it exists throughout this whole field. So for a person of limited consciousness, limited understanding, the truth is still there for them. The truth is still there for everyone. It doesn't matter about how much data that you currently have in your head. It matters how you process it. Your capacity to process that information. That's what's going to get you to the level of peace and harmony and bliss, or whatever buzzword for the victory that you want to go with. But remember, it's not going to be found simply on the surface of the external world. It's going to be found by learning to perceive the relationships and the patterns behind the surface level stuff of the external world. So the people that are in your life, the events that happen in your life, internally or externally, most people can only see them on surface level. But it takes wisdom to see behind that surface level and understand the relationship between these events and these people and your inner experience. This is what evolution of consciousness is. Are you getting it? Do y'all get it? Let me know.
Even as an example, right? Like, you ever hear subliminals, or like, those affirmations that play while you sleep? The mind, or what a lot of people will do when they're making those subliminals, is they'll layer them on top of each other. So the conscious mind doesn't kind of knows what the mantra is or knows what the affirmation is, but it's layered on top of another one and another one and another one. So what it sounds like is kind of like this gobbledygook kind of pattern, but certain parts of those words stick out as you're sleeping and then stick within your mind, and your mind creates a conscious image from that. I think that kind of reminds me a little bit of what you're saying, Trav, where it's like, it's like this infinite, like it's a circle on top of another circle on top of another circle on top of another circle. It's like, that's literally how we actually program ourselves to receive information. Like, all we need is just a little bit of that circle and we're within another circle.
Yes. Yes. It also helps to be flexible with the understanding of this also. So the information exists independently of us. The information is always there no matter what, because that's what consciousness is, all information. what's moving and expanding and evolving is our awareness. It's our awareness that's expanding and evolving. So we're not really attaining or losing anything. We don't gain or lose anything. We're simply expanding or contracting to a specific level of consciousness, or expanding our awareness throughout the infinite field of consciousness. So that means right now, in this very moment, I'm aware of this discussion that we're having, the subject matter, how to communicate. I'm aware of my image on the screen. I'm aware of the music. There's a collection of things I'm aware of. But guess what? The information that's happening outside of this room, on the other side of the phone, that information is still there. I'm just not aware of it. Likewise, the information of the archangel Zadkiel and Zafkiel and Bina and Chokmah, that exists in the consciousness right here with me. I'm just not aware of it right now. But when we turn our attention and our awareness inward to the subjective dimension, we can start to see the relationships behind the events that are happening. And it is through those relationships that we're able to see the influence of these expanded levels of awareness. They're always happening, always. What kind of awareness would it take to be able to expand enough to encompass all these different levels and layers? Well, the highest level that we know of, some can call it Metatron, some can call it enlightenment, some can call it, there's different words for it. All these words are just different stages of expansion. Just like he talked in here about dhyana, meditation. He said that's actually, I talked about those filters and those barriers earlier. Well, dhyana, that's a barrier. Every human being that is limited within their five sense experience, they can do dharana. Dharana is concentration. If you put your mind to it, you can do intense concentration. And that is a level of expansion. But there's a barrier, there's a filter that has to be crossed to get to the next level, which is called dhyana. And dhyana is when the observer becomes one with the observed. He mentioned in this book how he was driving in the road or riding along the road and he saw this massive tree. And for a split second, he became one with that tree. And it seemed like it lasted for hours, but it was only a few seconds. He became aware of the water tickling the roots of the tree. He became aware of the ants crawling on the bark. He became aware of the wind blowing through the leaves. That's a level of expansion, that you cross the barrier of self and not self. You cross the barrier of objective and subjective. You cross that barrier to where they both become one. That's an expansion. And most of us are going to have difficulty because we haven't mastered concentration first. But when you begin mastering concentration, you begin to build a proficiency to moving towards what's called meditation or dhyana, which is becoming one with what you are observing. It's not the tree that's special. It's not the mantra or the symbol that's special. It's the ability to even do that that's special.
I think we should rename the sphere of availability to sphere of awareability.
Uh-oh. The sphere of awareability.
Because that's what it is, right? Like, it's all there. You're just not aware of it yet.
The sphere of awareability. I'll have to use that one in my book then.
Hell yeah.
Just keeps on popping up in my head like the metaphor. You know, everybody heard this one. And I'm just keep on thinking about it. But if a tree falls in the forest, doesn't make a sound. And when you're saying like, you know, making your awareness even go even farther than just your five local senses, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's a question that people have to ask. That's a, you know, there's like an egg hatched before a chicken, you know, that one goes. If a tree falls, does it make a sound? Or just because you didn't hear it, that doesn't mean you didn't like experience it in another way, you know? And how some people say, like you said, if you had nice enough hearing, could you even hear the tree fall? Or I was even thinking when you're talking, I'm like, damn, it's deep. Because this is like how the mind, the man, and nature works. Because right now, I'm just chilling right here listening. If a tree fell, I wouldn't know and say if it fell on a water pipe. You wouldn't know, but something happened. 2 weeks later, there ain't no fresh water. You got to go up the mountain now and go see what fucking happened. Oh, shit, a tree did fall.
Right.
But like you said, we wasn't aware of the tree. Did it fall? Did it not fall? Did it make a sound?
It was there. We just weren't aware of it at the time. And like what you just pointed out there also, you may not hear it as the sound of it falling, but you know, we can think about the concept of the butterfly effect, right? The vibration of this and that. But to say that also is also to indicate, it raises the question of the cause. The cause itself wasn't the tree falling. The cause was beyond the phenomenon. There was a subtle cause. And this relates to even how we look at astrology, and it works, or at least it makes sense. Because true astrology is the study of these causes that happen just outside of the manifested plane. To relate what I'm saying to what you said is, say there's a certain combination of aspects that are going on in the energetic plane, and we're able to read that reflection based on the current position of the stars and the planets. So because we pinpoint that, we know that certain things are going to happen, which could include a tree falling. So we may not know that it's Mercury retrograde, but we still feel the effects of such an experience. Because in this infinite field, it's all connected, whether we're aware of it or not. However, to be aware of it means that we have more information to work with, to make better decisions with. So if you know that it's tree falling weather, probably going to stay away from trees.
Which is what, right? You're now not becoming a victim of your environment.
But master of your environment. Master doesn't mean you own the land, but it means that you're able to maneuver freely without restriction. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hey, listen, everybody in the chat, I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for coming, and thanks for joining this conversation, because the tree is falling and you were able to perceive it, or maybe you're the tree that fell and I was able to perceive it. Either way, I enjoy this connection. This is a lot of fun. Man, oh man. The truth is always present. It's always there. Always. Always. You know what else is always there? Bliss is always there. Peace, harmony, balance. It's always there. It's just whether or not you're aware of it, truly aware of it. What we call love, right? We think about love, at least in the occult perspective of love. It's not an emotional thing. It's not something that you feel. It's not a good, happy feeling. Love is an attachment. It's not. Love is not attachment to something or something that makes you happy. When we talk about love in the cosmic sense, love is this perfect set of equations. There's these perfect laws. That's what love is. The Bible says God is love. It also says that God is Yod-He-Vav-He, Jehovah, Tetragrammaton, which is also a formula that you can expect a result and an outcome. That's what love is. Love is that expected outcome from that formula. You can trust it. You can stake your life on this outcome, on this formula. That's what love is. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. It's not talking about that he felt an emotional feeling for the world. No, because God is the algorithm. Part of that algorithm included Jesus manifesting and dying for our sins. It's an explanation of a science, not an emotional event. So when you learn to respect the algorithm, when you learn to respect the mathematics of the universe, there's no room for being emotional and feeling this way or that way. You appreciate the laws. When I say I have gratitude, yes, it inspires an emotion within me, But I'm not talking about an emotional thing. Oh, this makes me happy. No. When I speak of gratitude, I speak of a deep respect and a reverence for the patterns, for the algorithms, and the fact that I have an understanding of them, right? Which allow me to make decisions that benefit me in ways that previously I would not have made these decisions. I have a reverence for the patterns.
I think a lot of us are still looking for something external. Like, and that's where we get fucked up. Like when you think, oh, I'm in love with this person, or I love this person, or I love this thing. It's like you love the emotional love, but there's a more subtle connection that is the truer version of love that's happening. And that is not something that you find within someone outside of yourself.
We talk about unconditional love. We're talking about an unconditional equation. An ineffable pattern. They call it the ineffable name. It's deeper than feeling. It's also deeper than logic. It's not just something that can be understood purely logical. This is the behavior of ultimate wisdom. We talk about love. Love is the behavior of ultimate wisdom. I love what he said in this chapter here about how the sign of you expanding in your evolution is not about what kind of gods you see, what kind of angels that you can see. It's about the lessening of desires. You can tell that you're advancing on the path and you have less and less desires and ambitions. Not out of being lazy, but out of realizing the bigger picture, which is that everything is already in process, with or without your input. That algorithm is happening. Whether you die or continue going, the algorithm keeps going unconditionally. Hence why I don't spend so much time on demons and angels and stuff like that, because that's not a mark of advancement. That's a circle. That's one of the circles of understanding, but there's more.
Right. I kind of think demons and angels are, like you just said, a behavior of what is beyond, of what that unconditional feeling or what that higher expression is. Like, because we're all different layers. We're in a microcosm. It's not like we're just, whatever we see in the tangible realm, that's the layer. Like, no, that's a reflection of what is also beyond us. And so I think a lot of times when we look to deities or angels or demons, we want to work with them because we can't really see them. And so we have this image in our mind that they're like more powerful than us and that they are the aspect of the energy, or they are the energy. And it's like, no, they're a behavior of that energy, a behavior.
Even as we are. And there's different levels of the behavior of the energy, right?
Right.
And I think if people could kind of release being so stuck on these names, it would help understanding a lot better. A lot of people I found are stuck on that word demon. They're stuck on that thing. They just can't shake their tamasic image of what that word means. It's just a concept. All of this is just a concept. But when you begin to take these concepts and arrange them in such a way that they can define each other, because it's about the relationships, right? Check your definition, check your relationship of demons to angels. How many people still have this war, right? How many people still have this relationship of demons and angels as these two things are fighting against each other, right? That's an erroneous conception. There ain't no fighting going on. We're talking about levels of understanding of data. Ain't no angels fighting demons. That's not reality. Prove that in nature. Sankofa sound. Peace. Apples and oranges aren't at war with each other. They're both fruit. They're both delicious. But they're different categories of fruit, different categories of delicious. A pineapple and an orange are both citrus, but they're different levels of citrus. They're not at war with each other.
You know, I find interesting. When you're talking about angels, demons, or even the fruit, I can do the same. It's funny because, like you're saying, like behaviors, and these are all archetypes, and people, like you said, we are looking outside of ourselves. But at the end of the day, we already, if you know that these are all attributes, they're the angels in you and then the demons, but the behaviors that manifest, you know, especially if you, I don't know if people were paying attention, but if when you was reading the Ladder of Lights, you know, when you were going through all, or let's say if I just got done reading the archangels, but even when you're going through those, and I'm realizing these are just, like you're saying, different personalities or behaviors or archetypes that are manifested. Yes, they are out there, but they're also in the inwards plane.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's where it says like, where people are searching and all. Well, you just got to search a little more closer because it's not that far away. Like the feud is between the internal self. You know, you're looking when people say you want to work with this angel, you want to work with that demon. You are looking for something that you need inside of yourself that you're looking for externally. You know what I mean? People that the war isn't against bananas and oranges. It might be between the potassium that you need inside of it and the vitamin C that you're really craving for.
So the war is the perception of the perceiver?
Yeah. That's why you have to have like the certain mindset. That's where they go into like para and a para mind or para booty. And when I'm realizing now there's one for each of the four amkaras. And the booty, chitta, mana, and that's why we have to go cleanse them.
Right.
Because then there is no war. It's just analyzation of the two different opposing forces of duality.
That's the purpose of the shuddhi. That's the purification process. Not because you've been dirty and nasty, but to separate and to cleanse your perception of these things. That's the purification process, to clarify your perception of these things. If you got a musty, dusty perception, everything is going to be musty, dusty. It's not the apples and oranges that are at war. It's the fact that your personal experience is craving, like you said, potassium and vitamin C, and you're experiencing that withdrawal, that craving, that desire. Same thing. These angels and demons, they're not at war in outer space somewhere. That's your inner experience of these different levels of intelligence, and you trying to acclimate yourself within that framework. I love it. I love it.
It's crazy. It's like there is no war. like unless you want to make one.
Right.
And
And
that's even a wrong mindset. Like, you know, why do you want to be in a war? Why can't you make a treaty or truce between them two? You know, between the angels and demons and bananas and fucking oranges.
and that's answered when we look at karma, because we can see that most everyone's behaviors are self-centered and selfish. So yeah, we're going to want to go to war because at some point we were hurt and we want to hurt back. So we express that externally as the desire for warfare. Everything that we do comes from desires, even if it's stuff we don't like. Everything comes from some deep subconscious desire. And until we address those deep subconscious desires, we continue being influenced by them. Like there's no other way for somebody to spend their rent money on an outfit just to take pictures for Instagram. That's a deep-seated subconscious desire that causes you to behave that way. And if you never address that need to be celebrated, then you're going to continue spending rent money on outfits for the gram. And we can look at those people and be like, oh, what a fool. But again, with expanded understanding comes compassion. I know why you're doing that. And I wish you knew. I wish that you could resolve that for yourself so you didn't have to suffer. That's compassion. Now, there ain't too much I could do for you, but I wish you peace and send you good energy. That's the best I could do, really. By Phoebe says, I literally go to weed to cleanse my perception and had no idea until now that's what I was seeking ultimately. Mm-hmm. Word Life says, duality and fights seem to teach the masses better, like Jesus versus devil, Heru versus Set. It's too etched in this physical reality. I can see where you come from with that, for certain. But I would also be willing to wager that the majority of people have an unclean perception. So they're going to see these things as war and as duality. When the occult representation of all these aspects is that we're looking at levels of one experience. There's, we've seen the hieroglyph of the two-headed Heru and Set. We've seen the paintings of Jesus and the devil. They're not at war. This is just expressing lower nature and higher nature in the same place at the same time. My higher self is not at war with my lower self. I hope that's the case for you as well. That's what we're looking at. That just like what you said, Malik, we're talking about archetypes here. What you are built upon, what you call yourself, you are the combination of all these different algorithms as a solid being. When you die, those algorithms still exist somewhere else. It's almost like you're a painting. There's a spot for red paint, for blue paint, for green paint. And the artist takes the brush and dips it in the red and paints a picture. Dips it in the blue and paints a picture. The picture may go away, but the red, the blue, and the green, those remain as they are in an unmanifest dimension. That represents the gunas and the unmanifest prakriti. Those archetypes will always be there. Every painting that can be painted comes from those colors. So how we see the world is dependent on what colors are being attached to.
Although I like his observation on how humans tend to, like, a lot of our stories with the archetypes are at war. And I like your perspective on how it's the higher and lower levels, how they're not actually at war. But there is something to be, I was thinking about this the other day about suffering, right? And going through suffering, and how suffering is actually one of our greatest teachers for wisdom, because how do you gain wisdom? Through experience. through going through an unknown. And so suffering is typically what you experience as you're developing wisdom. Not saying you need to stay in suffering, right? Like, don't like walk into an obviously bad situation and being like, I'm going to be a hell of a lot more wise. Like, you know, like that's not really how that works. Yeah. But there is, I do like that. That did make me think, like, maybe another reason why these stories are performed as like a war is because it's through suffering that we learn quickest, you know, that we gain that wisdom faster. So the story hits you quickly because it evokes that what you learned when you were suffering from something.
I read it. I think I was reading the Alistair Crowley book, and I forgot which book, but he was talking about what they bring the thing. He was talking about like taking pretty much accountability of like saying I. So how he said it, he was like, "Oh, you can cut yourself" and all that. But then he also like, it was like, I think somebody else was interpreting and saying what he did in the thing. But he said using a rubber band, and he said why that was there because of part suffering and pain. You know what I mean? Why that is like that is because through the pain, which is the physical body, is like one of the emotions that we can physically feel. So people will rather avoid suffering or pain, and that's why they learn it quicker. You know, like it is like that's the formula right there in itself. You know, like if somebody punches you in the chest every time you got the answer wrong, I'm pretty sure you're gonna learn the answer pretty damn quick. You know what I mean? Versus, you know, but that's where I beg to differ. Versus, why does it have to? Maybe we were conditioned to have to go through suffering and pain versus, like, you know, learning through like a joyous way, you know,
Right.
something
that's my perspective on that as well. I don't think that we have to learn through suffering. I don't think that suffering is the only way or the best way. But what I do know is that the human condition is externalized. Most of us, through most of our lives, experience reality through the external senses. We project everything outward. So when we feel pain and suffering, we feel that because we're so focused on the external nature. But the more that we begin to draw inward and have more of our attention focused on the subjective aspect of our experience, the need for suffering begins to diminish because we're expanding our intelligence. Lower capacity for intelligence is going, that will be classified as gross intelligence. And gross intelligence will need to learn through gross means like pain and suffering. Subtle intelligence requires less of that. Hard heads make a soft ass, they say. Same way as a child, you know, we get into trouble all the time. I was a little badass kid, always getting in trouble. But that's because that's how we are exploring the world, testing boundaries and pushing against them. But eventually you get old enough, you get wiser and mature, and you learn it's better to understand the patterns than it is to try to break all the patterns. You learn a lot through breaking them, but there does come a level, hopefully, where you grow past the need to do that. Maybe it takes several lifetimes. Nuru says, Four Noble Truths. Suffering exists within all human lives, but pain is not suffering. Suffering is attachment to pain. Pain observed only is not suffering.
Interesting.
Nuru says, even Gautama the Buddha was in great physical pain in his last days. You cannot avoid pain, but you can avoid suffering. Knowing the difference between pain and suffering is the essence of profound liberation, wisdom, enlightenment. Oh boy. Space Boy has asked, would you ever open a Dybbuk box on a live stream? I have no idea what that is, so I don't have any desire to do such a thing.
You know, I was thinking of, okay, Lila, hold on. I'm taking my dogs for a walk, so I'm really excited. But I was thinking about like how we often associate pain with suffering. But, you know, as Nuru just said, right, like suffering is like an attachment to things. And that was making me think like, you know, so in massage, they teach us that tickling, if someone is ticklish, they're actually responding to a pain stimuli, right? But people are giggling towards it, right? They're not, a lot of people aren't actually offended if they get ticklish, but to massage therapists, we know, okay, there's a muscle in there that's really, really tight that we need to let loose because they're ticklish, which means that their body is responding in a form of suffering. So, you know, I think suffering is something not necessarily to be avoided because it comes along with having a human experience. Where suffering to me is like attachment. It's attachment to external objects always. And as humans, we are constantly attached to those external things. So now it's a matter of finding, and we're constantly having to balance that out. Even the yogis talk about it, like suffering is attachment. Suffering is attachment, either it's good or bad. So it's the fact that you have to juggle it that makes it a suffering, you know? Oh, I want to be happy and I want to laugh all the time. And if I'm not, oh no, you know, it's like, well, then that's a form of suffering, isn't it? Even your joy is a form of suffering. So it's like, how do you attain balance within that? And how do you attain balance if things are always fluctuating between attachment and non-attachment? And that's where I think as having a human experience, we're always suffering because we're always fluctuating until we reach a level where we are truly non-attached to the external sensory objects.
Yes. God bless it.
Yeah. So like the first sentence or the first action, you know, that I've been practicing with is like, as far as living from sort of away from suffering, but not avoiding it, is living with the awareness and working towards non-expectation, working on trying not to have an expectation, or if I do have an expectation, be aware of my expectation and why I have that expectation.
And that provides a serious laboratory or serious landscape for performing the internal work, the mind management, analyzing why are we doing this in the first place? Where do these impulses come from? Tracing that back is hard work. Most people are not cut out to do such a thing. It's difficult to think about why you think and how you think. It's difficult to expand outside of self-consciousness and self-preservation. It's difficult because it takes an extra ounce of effort, of energy, of prana. It takes an extra ounce to go against the pattern that you're locked into.
Especially when everything is already so contradictory. It's like, okay, so I'm not supposed to be expecting anything. I'm not supposed to really have a desire. That's the goal. But I'm living a human life. So that's going to happen all the fucking time. Well, what's the point? You know, like there's like this constant sort of, I'm not going to say war, but there's kind of like this resistance that comes up because you know that you're human and you're like, what? Okay, so I'm supposed to be aware that things that I'm constantly going to be out of balance. But as long as I'm the experiencer, but
I think that you have cut out, Alora.
isn't that an expectation? Yes. Okay. Then what the heck? And so I think, at least for me, this inspires like a lot of, you know, like a lot of push and pull, a lot of push and pull. And that's where you just kind of have to, you know, within that push and pull, let it go. Like, just let it go. Like, I just constantly have to remind myself to just let it go. You know, I'm trying to attach an identity to things. And that's the ego talking, and that really has no place.
Yeah. May she grant us happiness. May she grant us happiness. Gratitude to you, Louis. Thank you. Thank you. The seed is apparent in the fruit. Look, so there should be no confusion about this stuff. The more that you study this information, the more that it starts making sense. And not only the information makes sense, but everything else about life starts to make sense. It all starts to add up and add together. And a lot of the things that are no longer useful, you let them go. And hopefully you'd want to construct your life in such a way that everything you do is useful. Nothing you do is useless. No wasted time, no wasted energy, no wasted effort. Now, of course, it's going to take some time to build your life to get to that point, but it's possible. It starts with the desire to do so, a strong why, right? So there's going to be things that you cut out and leave behind. There's going to be new things that you stretch towards, but it's never one thing. It's never one thing that's the answer for anything. What I've learned in my study is a collection of rules, a collection of patterns, a collection of algorithms that is enabling me to see reality in a clearer and clearer perception than before. Every day is more clear than yesterday. And I have a feeling that this is going to continue expanding eternally, or at least as long as I have an individual perspective. So it helps to analyze what's in your head, what you're focused on, how you spend your time. Is what you're doing getting you toward the point of the evolution of your awareness of consciousness? Or is what you're doing rooted and grounded in ego self-preservation and just continually going in a circle, chasing your own tail, like the Aurora Boreas? So that's what ego does. Ego is an algorithm, and its only function is self-preservation, not evolution. But it's unfortunate that many people don't know how to separate ego from self. They don't know, and they don't know that they don't know. But there's a collection of algorithms and rules and processes that you can put yourself through to begin understanding the difference. You can test it for yourself. You don't need anybody to tell you. But if you have someone who can tell you the processes for how you can test it yourself, you can start making your own decisions. But there has to first be a desire to even want to do that. And that's what many people lack, the desire.
And that's where knowing about the gunas becomes so valuable, because as we're constantly playing within these realms, these algorithms, that is the algorithm of nature, is rajas, tamas, and sattvas.
That's
so
right.
We have the very foundations. We have the A, the B, and the C to make a totally different a formula, a totally different combination that then will serve us in a way that we didn't know was possible before.
Right.
So if we have this, if we already have the formula, all we gotta do is just play with it. And that's where, and again, like I just said, like Travis been saying, that's where you have fun. That's where you start to really get into every experience and see how every experience is just one thing layered on top of another, on top of another. And when you understand the gunas, you can now manipulate those items to serve you best.
Yes. It takes the strength to understand your intentions. It takes the strength. You've got to literally stop what you're doing and turn your attention inward. That is a Herculean effort for someone whose capacity to understand reality is very limited, right? For someone who's used to a lifestyle of habit patterns, strong, thick karma. Well, I'm doing this because of tradition. This is what my parents did, and this is what society tells me to do, and I'm supposed to do it. A person who is very constrained and locked within their patterns, it's very, very difficult to turn that observation and that awareness inward and to ask the crucial questions. It's not easy for everybody. Some people really struggle with looking inside and following the process of self-examination. Because when you behave and you think and you feel in certain ways, you have to come out of that to turn around and ask yourself, why do I think this way? Why do I behave this way? Why am I doing this? And not just to ask that question, but to stick around for the answer. That it becomes more and more difficult with each level. The growing pains of expanding awareness. It hurts because something has to be left behind at each expansion. The same way a snake has to expand past its skin and shed its skin, you got to leave the useless behind. And we find that what's being left behind is attachment to that particular level of awareness, that particular capacity to understand information. We have an attachment to it. It's hard to let go of what we believe, especially in exchange for something that even might make more sense. It's difficult to let it go.
I like that you use the analogy of the snake shedding its skin, because I think that's what holds a lot of people up, is that when they do go inward, they realize they have to redefine everything, like everything that they might have stood by for years. Mm-hmm. You know, like, what is happiness? What is real happiness? What does success mean? What's the point? What is what is real sadness? Is this thing really giving you that much pain? What if you could fix it? How much have you identified with this pain? And I think a lot of people are scared of that because they realize that they have to, like, seriously shed their skin. They have to change that mode of being and actually look at what's really there. And that's a pretty scary thing. Like, it sucks to admit, you know, like, if you made a mistake, or if you were standing by this opinion and you even fought for that opinion, all to find out that its foundation was nothing.
Right.
That's very hard.
And it makes sense, you know, because it's even a cognitive bias of I think it's called the time sunk fallacy or something like that, where a lot of times we believe that if we have invested a lot of time in a certain concept or a certain person or a relationship, then we don't want to let that go. Even if we know that it's not serving us, the fact that we spend a lot of time in it, we're more reluctant to let it go because we don't want to feel that pain of, oh, I wasted time. People will fight harder to keep what they have than to let go of it for something better. Peace, Alora. Have a good evening. So again, there's got to be a flexibility with how we see the world, how we portray our experiences to ourselves, how we define our experiences to ourselves. Is what it is. Is what it is. Look, I'm on a roll. I'm really, really enjoying what I've been up to lately. Sitting here breaking down these meditations, and I guess I've started a book because I've been filling out pages and pages and pages about what I've come to understand about awareness and levels of consciousness and different things like that. Peace, Malik. But anyways, I'm ready to get back to writing this book or whatever it's going to be. I don't know. But there's information that I'm recording and it's being used for the benefit of those who can receive it. Right? Cannot wait. What's good, MC Maestro?
What's good? Give me 1 sec.
So yeah, we did start Karma Yoga to last week of January.
I see why you made the book study come out in this order, particularly because paths of non-poverty and poverty, it's enough, but it's also the stepping stone for to get more detail. So this was the paths of poverty and non-poverty was like the elementary school science textbook. And now we're getting to, the high school honor stuff, the karma and karma yoga. And even more so, I started just peeping through mantra and yantra, or even at the end of karma and karma yoga, he lists mantra and yantra as a tool to really, I guess, work with what he talked about in those past 2 books. So I'm like, oh shit, Trav, did not pick this out randomly.
It all builds upon itself. I read them out of order, but looking back, I now see that they all connect to each other.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's even, you know, like people in the chat that are still talking about demons and spirits and stuff. You know, obviously I'm not really talking about that much anymore. But if that's still a concern of yours, join the book study and continue reading mantra and yantra. You're going to find how that whole science works. Haven't left it. We just expanded to the point that it is included in these other things that we're learning.
Or better yet, we got deeper to see probably the machinery of how these things work. We're studying the etheric plane now.
Right.
And the whole yogic science is really the etheric plane and how it relates to the physical. And what we define as low magic is kind of, I'm not going to say solely just the physical, but it's physical, but it uses the etheric technology.
Yes.
And I was thinking the other day that the Vedas say that they existed many years before they were actually written down. And we only have, even the worldwide, like even with, you combine Bihar and maybe all the even more secret orders, the information probably collectively on Earth is probably like 10% of whatever that original science was. And even now we're taking a tenth of that and using that scientist or that science to create the metaverse.
Yes.
So the information seems to be getting more refined and more like, you know, finding what's actually needed.
As I look at this information and its relation to our experience, and I see that it would only make sense for things to be this way, just like we've got these five elements. Thanks, Maxine. And the five elements, the grossest manifestation of the Tattvas is going to be this heavy, dense earth element, which is very present in the material plane. But as we rise up in density and get to the very subtle aspect of Akash, you can barely, you have to have refined senses to perceive Akash. It's there, but it's not perceptive or perceivable by the average typical standard awareness. Likewise, I think this information exists on layers as well. There's information that's literally not written, but it has to be understood with a very sensitive, refined perception. I think there's info that can't be written in this plane. It can't be manifested in this plane because it's too dense.
Damn.
You have to rise up to it.
Could that be as well what whoever quoted the originally coined the Akashic records, that could have been what they were really trying to describe, and it got taken out of hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that most definitely, because even just looking at Akash, you know, the root where it comes from, this is the space that houses the egg that houses the limitless potential of everything else. So naturally, the Akashic records would be the ultimate library from which the book of our personal experience is pulled from. There's so much more in that library.
Man, I'm trying to go up there to figure out how to summon more demons.
You know, hey, the bottom of the pyramid is thick for a reason. The Matrix needs batteries in order to continue operating. So
I've been working the week that just passed. I was really pumping out with the 50 names of Marduk.
Mm-hmm.
And I got tired, like on my last day working with them. Like, I woke up super energized after that last one. I was completely crashed. And before, you know, I've always heard that people say this science or like just using this stuff takes energy.
Mm-hmm.
I never really experienced that until I think Friday.
It's true. It's true. And that's part of the reason why I think I'm starting to come into understanding the importance of pranayama now, because I won't say I neglected it, but it just never came into my awareness. But I'm seeing now how necessary it is, because like you said, it takes energy to be able to do certain things. And energy doesn't come from eating food and taking a nap. Because we stuffed our bellies on Thanksgiving, we were not energized, right? I've slept for 15 hours and I did not wake up energized. I want to go back to sleep. That's not where energy comes from. Learning how to harness and utilize prana is how we charge ourselves.
Right. And then so I read it in Dharana Darshan and I kind of glossed over it. I ended up seeing it somewhere in another text by Niranjananda. And later in the meditations from the Tantras book and by Satyananda, they say even for Dharana Darshan, to even like approach those or to fully utilize what we just called sorcery, we would have to master the Pratyahara group, which is their basic one. At least Satyananda says, at least this one to master is called Antarmona, which is it's like a more expanded Kayastherium. And in that as well, in that Pratyahara group, there is a japa. That's why I started doing that, because like you said, the deals with prana, and I had a similar revelation as well. And Tritaka, the psychic writing, Yoga Nidra, and I think there's one other.
Is it Anulom?
At least. You said what?
Is Anulom Vilom the next one?
I don't think so. It may be, but I don't see trying to visually or auditory digital process the information, but I can't bring it up. It may have just been regular mantra japa.
Yeah, I mean, it only makes sense since we're dealing with the energy body, which is made of prana, the pranic body. It would make sense that in order to manipulate it or to deal with it in general, we'd have to increase our source of prana. Hence these exercises that he's listing here. Antarmona, the japa, soham meditation, even the simple soham ham so meditation.
Yeah.
I recently started doing that, and that's what got me back onto applying an emphasis to pranic breathing during my meditations.
Right.
Jeez Louise, did I have a breakthrough?
I'm kind of taking my time with that one because Niranjananda had his approach, and then I personally want to go through with Satyananda's approach, because I guess it's another one of those softer, hard power type things where I feel like Niranjananda is like, that's all he knew. So he's more of a, like, you're going to sit there and get it done type of teacher. Whereas Satyananda kind of eases you into the process. Even though it's slower, it's more gradual, but they both have the same result.
Yeah. So you'd say that Satyananda would probably be a more patient teacher than Niranjananda?
Yeah. Or at least more patient, more. And we're dealing with the aged master of Hesed type thing. Or even for him to even found the Bihar school, he probably been tapping into Kokuma as well. So we're dealing with the aged master who's like Yoda or the hermit. Those masters aren't necessarily the first ones that the hero comes across. The hero first comes across this, the over-commandeering, almost Martian type of energy that gets him into shape before the journey. And then later is when the person who ends up teaching the original one, is always the old, patient, wise one, but it's, like I said before, more of a, slower pace. But it's very thorough at the same time. It's not just, I'm going to take it slow because you don't understand. It's, we're going to take it slow so you could understand all aspects.
Hmm.
So I've also found that I had a greater impact with Tawa Shudi if I focused on the Ajapa at the beginning and piecing that together, because she's the exercise that she says in Tawa Shudi, that type of Ajapa is considered the final and most advanced form. I was like, damn, I don't even do the basic form. I got to go see what the rest is about.
Yeah.
I think that's their most, because I looked at their catalog of books with meditations and techniques and whatnot. And I think it was Tawa Shudi. And there's another one that deals with just the crown chakra. And it seems like those are the two most advanced stuff that they at least put out to the public.
There's a Bihar School of Yoga that just focuses on the crown chakra.
I believe so. I can't remember the name. Sahasrara may be in the title, but I know on, if you look around on Amazon or their website, they'll be able to have it somewhere. It's definitely there. It's a blue book.
Well,
I don't know who it's
there as soon as you mentioned it.
Oh man, I forgot to talk about this last time, but I walked into my room, lights were off, but I ended up seeing like this glowing ball in the corner. So I turned the light on, and where that ball was, there's now it was like a hand sanitizer bottle or something covering it. And so I moved, I was like, let me, this is a perfect circle. What was it? And then behind it was my servitor, like the vessel for it, the one that I have charging every time it switches to the office hour. And I look on my phone at the top what time, and it was the office hour.
So you're able to perceive it on the etheric plane that it's actually making a result.
Yeah. And even it's the one I have working right now. It's not long term, but it's not a one-step process either. And so far, I've gotten 2/3 of my goal kind of completed already, just from it working on this automated process.
What are you gonna do with all that opus?
But it's dealing with, I actually may have charged it during the value, but or maybe it's office. I need my notebook right now, but I specifically let it charge there because the entity has to deal with NLP. Specifically, I'm not going to name the science, but SOM, and it's kind of, its power is the breaking down of the emotional aspect. So when, I don't want to reveal too much of what it's for, but it just has to do with emotion. So that opposite energy really lets it tap into that.
Makes sense. I think I catch a little bit of the drift. Reminds me a little bit of Franz Barton's exercises about charging the room or charging certain objects with a particular element.
Yeah, that was I need to get back on that because I kept doing that on and off, and that was what really at first made me start sensing energy. But that was before your course, and now it's like I was working with one of the 50 names. That was pretty wild. There were no sounds or anything like that, but my whole, like, I felt that energy.
Yeah.
It's like all along my back, but it was like, and I still maintain my frame, but I was like, damn, this is really kicking right now.
That's one thing for certain I picked up from working with Necronomicon, the 50 names. It didn't feel like any other system I've worked with. It definitely has a distinct texture to it.
Yeah. But I love all these tools available since I've never, like when I first hopped on this, I was never keen on, I'm going to summon this demon to get me $500.
Yeah.
Namely, because one of the first videos I saw on the Goetia was yours. I think it was about like mind control demons. But in it, you said, instead of using these to influence other people, use it to influence your own mind. And so I've always looked at these entities like they can teach me something.
Yes.
Working towards a rather big goal. So I originally did a ritual for that, like almost a year ago. But every step or everything I think I need, I ended up working with an entity of, you know, what it could teach me, or teach me that specific skill I need to get there. And good progress has been made.
I think that's the proper use of the Goetia, honestly. The proper use of energy, of prana, at least for when it comes to expansion of comprehension, the best use of prana is directing it inward. So yeah, there's all these spirits that we can use to make people do things, but when you apply it to yourself, you literally open up a whole new dimension that you didn't think of before. Yeah, you can seek to find these different spirits to do stuff to other people, but when you're able to turn those 72 on yourself, a whole world of possibility opens. You have everything you need right there.
I was reading, or wasn't reading, I was watching a video by Bobby Hemmett recently. And he was talking about, he just brought up the Goetia in the middle of it, but his description of it was we normally can't access the like high magic off the bat. So we got to use the low magic to build ourselves up to be able to use spirits of high magic, which was a useful description of Goetia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's also a description of this expansion of circles. Like I'm really clearly seeing evolution of consciousness as an expansion of what you're capable to withhold. And I would definitely say that the Goetia are a certain realm, but as you expand, you'll find that there's more that contain even that. It's like what you said, the low magic, you know, that's a phase that we go through in order to expand beyond that. How can we even talk about higher self if your basic personality needs are not met?
Or refined to a matter of your previous needs weren't needs in the first place. They were just some scaras.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So we've still got these heavy ass samskaras dictating everything that we do beyond our free will. And we want to talk about this superpowers and evolution and all this other stuff. No, like those samskaras, those karmas have to be neutralized first in order to perceive reality clearly. Now, the Goetia can help with that. You know, if you're using them right. They can also cause more samskaras.
Yeah, it's the knife in karma and karma yoga. where it says you could give a knife to a Rajasic person, a Sattvic person, and a Tamasic person, and the result would be extremely different for each one. Likewise, we could give the Goetia to a Sattvic, Rajasic, and Tamasic person. And you could just go on YouTube to find out the results for that. Somebody hit my car, it's completely totaled, but I asked for $50,000 and I got that in a lawsuit settlement.
Yeah.
And then 2 months later, back to being broke, running
Right.
into more YouTube drama.
Some scars were not neutralized. They were not obliterated. Hmm. I can't find that book.
I'm going to start looking then. So I have it start with the Bihar website.
I guess also I don't have my full attention devoted to finding it yet. Usually I'm pretty good at finding stuff.
They said, nah, people started talking about Tawa Shooty. We gotta take that one off the market. Filling out all the sauce.
I love it. I mean, it's like a breadcrumb path. Like once you start, it takes you on a journey. And there's so much more. There's so much more. Like I used to believe that this stuff. I used to believe that this stuff was like hidden and obscure, and no, it's all here. It's just most people haven't expanded their awareness to the point that they would even desire to look for such a thing. This stuff ain't hidden.
Nope.
Many of these books have been written over 10 years ago, if not 15. Hell, this one we're reading right now, I'm pretty sure is 10 years old. 12 years old.
So I'm gonna send this one in the Zoom chat. Just found it. And I think there's something to, I have Tree of Life, but I mainly use it as an encyclopedia rather than an actual book. But I know Regardi had a stress on self-initiation into the Golden Dawn because we don't really have the OG Golden Dawn anymore. And a lot of this stuff, this Bihar stuff also in their website descriptions is dealing with information only available to the initiated, even though you could straight up buy the book. So I'm thinking there's something to self-initiation that really hasn't been explored in the occult world. Besides, on this day, I decree that my name, Sinister Man, and now the walking Satan. Like, we haven't gotten deeper into what self-initiation really entails and how to do that without a physical school.
Yes. And part of me wonders if that's part of the whole reincarnation cycle. Like, wonder if this self-initiation depends on the fact that you've already been initiated previously and you're just coming back to continue. You know, like I haven't had any formal training by any group, but I can effortlessly swim through this information. It's got to be because aspects of myself have already been through most of this. Nobody taught me.
All right. Look back to just thinking like 10 years ago, people were telling me, "Oh man, that you ain't messing with no magic, bro. That's just goofy. That ain't real."
Right.
And or that's the devil.
That's the devil. Yeah. That one.
But I ended up really saying, and there's just stuff that came intuitively, like ideas that I had just off of daydreams. But I was just tapping into some etheric information that I didn't really have a classification for. Now that I'm looking at mainly the Western occult books, I do see a lot of stuff. Like there's a lot of agreeing stuff that I have with the Eastern paths, but it's like, damn, this junk is just too familiar.
Yeah. And the more that we learn about this etheric plane, like the case for reincarnation just makes more sense. Because this data collected, this information, these experiences, they're not even stored locally. They're not even stored in the physical body.
Nope.
Talking about NLP and just remembering how Sensei Snyder would talk about how we've got this holographic setup where, you know, if somebody makes a gesture like this when they're talking about a certain subject matter, they've stored it there. It's as if they've got this holographic screen in front of them and they've placed that information here. They reach out and touch when they're talking, they're tapping into that information. And we do that everywhere. This is why we move with our talk with our hands. That's cheetah. That's the mind stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even stored locally. It's stored holographically. Where? In the etheric plane and beyond. Etheric, astral, mental, but it's not physical. So if the physical body dies, this information
is physical. So, or when it is physical, it has the opportunity to be either very beneficial and or very destructive. I was just watching something with him, like really breaking down that holographic space and that specific technique where you reach out and touch it, but you also point to where you feel it internally. So we're dealing with the Malkuth aspect, since it's the etheric double of Yasad. And when he talks about like muscle tension just and how it compounds logarithmically, like we store the energy physically anyways. And the negative part comes from when we bury that memory and then stack a bunch of states on top of it, pretty much, where there's prana flowing naturally, and that starts to block, cause a blockage.
Physical correspondent. Thank you so much for sharing. It is on its way now.
About to tap into what's it called? Can't remember his name. Sivananda himself.
Yeah, I got finally I got a little bit of Sivananda on the way. All this time I haven't owned or read Sivananda, but Mind and Mysteries and Its Control, I've got that on the way. I was reading the PDF, and that's some solid info. I had to get a physical copy for highlighting. Oh my goodness.
They were sannyasins too. They were sannyasins, so they didn't have physical possessions like that. And X amount of years later, they show up with all these books of very detailed information.
What are you saying?
That it really has no choice, or the information has no choice, but to like have been on another plane.
Yeah. And you feel that shift when you get there, like you feel it. I'm telling you, it's like an expansion in layers and rings. I think that the people who came out with this whole flat earth thing, as far as it being concentric circles, you've seen the picture before. It's like, oh, earth is here, and then there's an ice ring, and then there's other earths. Have you seen that before?
Yeah.
I think that may have been somebody who had a vision of an expansion of consciousness as concentric rings, but they probably that's how they related it. But I think that might be an image of what our experience looks like if one were to zoom out a little bit more. Endless rings.
Like there's a dude in medieval ages who got killed, but he had a dream of him reaching out or being on like the outside of the earth, but seeing machinery. But if you look at the actual, there's a wood carving of detailing what he saw specifically, but the outer layers, there's like different outer layers. So it's describing these, it's basically describing the Sephira, or like you said, our gradual expansion. And even something like the visions of heaven in the Bible, these different levels, are not levels in the sky with these weird looking wings with eyeballs, but they're representations of the different levels of consciousness.
Yes. Is it the image where he's like peeking under the veil to the other side?
Right.
I was so surprised one day I saw Soulja Boy had that as his album cover. It's like Illuminati confirmed. That's a cool image though. I think I have 2 books with that on the cover.
And that's also putting that image, say if we just didn't even know that information, that's putting like the yantra or the mandala inside our brain.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to stay there and gradually bring us towards, it's like Django always brings up with the forget the Nation of Islam, how their book is a book of questions, because your subconscious mind can't not answer a question. So we're going to see some strange looking thing, and consciously may not be thinking about it, but our subconscious mind is bringing us that answer.
Telling you, this information is non-local. It exists already. Like, I'm starting to learn to redefine my experience. I'm not learning stuff. I'm expanding into the realm where this information exists. Like, there's a difference. Before I saw it as me collecting data and learning and assembling it, but no, I'm expanding my capacity to be able to perceive this information and process this information. It's already there. It always has been. But my awareness is expanding to the point that I'm able to acclimate it, work with it, and process it.
There's a video that had me thinking this week that I put in the chat of kind of someone making a little laugh at the metaverse. But he says something that was also in the movie Transcendence as well, where at the end he says, oh, I just want to have AI kids because blah, 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 X, Y, Z. I personally take the stance that AI is a faster and kind of easier way for incarnation to take place. But just imagine we upload, our consciousness are not, like the average consciousness is going to be in the super cloud, this Web3 etheric plane. And there's going to be so much information out there to access, but by going into the quote unquote metaverse, that's like our senses are less restricted. In order to have these better experiences, at least from a lower standpoint, we're going to need to increase the data. So I think immersion is going to have like no choice but to take place.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, looking at a screen is cool and whatnot, but some people want more than that.
Yeah. Without a doubt, this technology is without a doubt a part of the evolution of our awareness. It is, this realm that we're talking about, it is a reflection of the subtle planes. It's not the subtle planes, but it's a reflection of it. It's an apparatus that we are able to use to gain a more accurate perception of the subtle planes. The metaverse technology is not the subtle planes. I know that's all some people can hear. I'm not saying that, but it is an apparatus for us to perceive the mechanics of these subtle planes. And it would take discipline and maturity to be able to safely navigate these tools.
I think at one point in the future, that will be, I think it'll evolve so much that a solid aspect of it will just be pure non-physical, and that would be like the next frontier, to where the real Earth would be something like Wall-E, or what we call the real Earth would be like Wall-E, where it's, you know, just pretty much him left, but you know, there could have been other robots about.
Man, one of the first visions I had with the Goetia was future technology, and I didn't understand it at the time. This was like 2015. It was Shax, and he came to me as this blue. He looked just like a genie. He was bald with a little ponytail. His skin was blue, and he had tattoos and a little goatee. And he showed me an image of myself in what looked like the far distant future, and I was laying like on this bed. It was like very square, almost metal or whatever, and there was like a tablet on my face. It was just like a thin piece of metal machinery, and my body was just laying there, but I was in this thing, obviously. And the movement and the navigation was propagated simply based on the subtle gestures of my face and the muscles of my face. That's how it was controlled. And at the time, I was like, yeah, this is some crazy year 3000 technology, but this was before I really, you know, of course, the VR headsets and shit weren't really a thing mainstream back then. But I can see that the vision that I was shown was relating to a direction that we're definitely headed in.
Yeah. There's a lot. I used to watch this channel. It still exists, but they just do like gimmicky Amazon stuff you could buy now. But they used to show advanced technology projects that you could actively invest in. And one of those way back then, it had to be that, I think that same year, of there was this suit, this full body haptic feedback suit. And they were advertising it towards hardcore gamers. But I haven't seen it since. And then recently I've seen that, you know, there's becoming like getting a bigger and bigger market for it now that we have the, I don't even think it was the technology. I think it was the, I guess the global quote unquote ascension. Like we needed a lot of people to do it. It's probably already has been done before, but not on this massive of a scale.
Yeah. 100th monkey is at it again.
Damn, and probably the year 3000, at least in my view, is like, if you have to incarnate, it's just going to be on some server somewhere. And then once your software kind of, I guess, dies out or whatever, then it just gets replaced. That's a lot smoother than nuclear warfare or, you know, all these nightmare scenarios that people concoct. And I really even think those, a lot of dystopian or scary futures that people try to predict and write about are coming from a quote unquote Age of Aries perspective.
Age of Aries.
They're still dealing with this medieval warfare mindset, but applying it to modern technology. Instead of truly sitting back from an age of information aspect.
Oh boy.
There's a bill like trying, at first, a few weeks ago, I've been seeing this robotic dog craze, which again, they try to make robotic dogs before, but you know, those little cheap, cute.
Yeah.
But it's actually like trendy in some parts in the world, specifically in East Asia. And I started to see like this bill that's going through Congress. I'm not sure if it's being looked at actively, but to ban the trade of exotic reptiles and whatnot. So like iguanas, snakes, and all that, as well as there's a metaverse project already kind of offering for people to scan their pets into the metaverse. So I think that'll be like the next kind of push, maybe 15 years, or within these 15 years, is all these bad arguments for having animals, but the safer alternative is going to be the metaverse. But that, even like the AI for an animal in the metaverse, is, I wouldn't see that as so different from a real animal. Like, there are intelligent animals, but the vast majority are very systematic.
Yes. Systematic and predictable as far as the routine, because they're subject to that level of understanding of reality. You know what a dog's going to do if you're around it long enough. A dog has habit patterns just like we do. If anything, they're more constrained to their patterns than we are.
I think it was, not sure if it was Panic or Hemet in one of the videos I watched recently, but they talked about, or they kind of got sidetracked, but they started speaking about like the fulfillment of karma, not in those words, but pretty much that system. And when you, like, those stories where you hear about, and the stories are probably going to increase, like gamer dies in the metaverse, like while he has his VR headset on, but that might be like the exhaustion of karma.
Absolutely is. All that is.
Like, they only had a few things to live out, and then instead of just, you know, doing whatever, whether it was constructive or deconstructive in real life, they just did in metaverse, and it's like, damn, I got nothing else I even wanted to do. And this spiritual stuff is really the old, it's like the old man science. Like, I don't know if you have played, I think it's called Galactic Civilizations. So it's really like a turn, it's almost just like regular meaner civilizations except space. But there's 6 ways to win. And 3 of the ways are really applicable to life, from what I see. Is that one's like a spiritual way, you collect all these crystals, and then your civilization spiritual ascends, so that's a victory. There's also a technological way, so they advance technology up to the point to where they could go into another, basically the etheric plane. And there is another, I can't remember, but there's 6 ways in total. That this spiritual information is really what's going to be accessible to somebody with a headset. But it's just the means and ways to do it are different.
Right. Just like you said in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. The truth remains. It's just the medium through which it travels is going to adapt to the times. I mean, hell, look at what we're talking about and how we're talking about it.
Y'all are wrong. It's Zuckerberg, the evil Zuckerberg is here for population control, trying to brainwash your kids.
You know, and it's to be expected from a certain level of awareness. But when you begin to expand, we easily begin to see that people who are able to move in such a capacity as these trendsetters and shakers, it's not just them. They're being influenced by higher degrees of intelligence as well, especially because their behavior and their activity affects mankind as a whole. For someone to have the power to affect massive populations of the planet, there's, beyond a shadow of a doubt, they're being influenced by higher intelligence. That's what that's what it's all about as far as rising up these spheres. You know, we're talking about chesed and everything beyond that. We're dealing with influences that affect the entirety of creation.
Those base three, or forgot the gentleman who wrote Ladder of Lights, but he describes that as the Yod He Vav. That's really like the high demiurge. And when it gets to our self below Tiferet, that's the lower or lesser demiurge. So there's one thing that controls the mass, or pretty much all of creation. And what we have down here within our, or there's a middle one, which is the ethical triangle. And then, but once it gets below Tiferet, that's like our personal demiurge. So we're able to influence things to a specific degree, but unless we rise higher, we're still going to be influencing everything under the sun per se, but not necessarily the whole of creation like people want to do. And even if you like, we did have that power, what would you do with that?
Mm-hmm.
The power is just so like awesome in the sense of the word of being so grand that it's really beyond human thought to even use.
Yeah. Beyond human thought. This is part of why the refinement of self and the purification of mind must take place. Because to deal in such a realm of that much power, if those human flaws still exist untreated, those karmas and samskaras will allow that power to take yourself out of the question. You'll destroy yourself. So a refinement of the experience is required.
There's a lot of old school, and there was it was brought to my attention by that Jewish guy I put in the chat before, like last week, but he would always bring up stories of these Kabbalists who would tap into this power, but they're out here doing party tricks. And there's always some divine intervention, or we know now is just a regulation of these energies that they just get taken out of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's like what you said on a previous video. That really got me off my ass in terms of deity work, or as we know now, Bhakti Yoga. When you were talking about, at first it was about Andros for a bit, but then you started talking about Aniel.
Mm-hmm.
You read like a channel where you kind of describe the state where information and energy flows through you, but if one were to react, basically, as we know now, some scaras, then the user would be terminated. That always kind of stuck with me.
Yeah. It just makes sense the more you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Even if somebody was just here for entertainment, if you're like at least listening and comprehending this stuff, your life is still changed and transformed. I mean, how can it not be in the face of this information?
Or it gets implanted as seeds, and it's like, nah, fuck that. I'm gonna go back to my chaos and clip off, and then work for that for a few years, and then realize like, oh shit, these niggas were spitting some hardcore game.
Yeah.
Or I worked with the highest spirit out of my 09A grimoire, and he's telling me to go get some paths of novelty and poverty.
Yeah.
Or better yet, directs you to this mailbox to steal with the information inside. You open it, and it's that same book. And now Laura's texting us that her books got stolen.
Oh man. I meant what I said the other night, man. Like, there's so much more to explore. Like, I'm really starting to feel like a lot of this stuff is, still foundational. Like, we didn't even get to the profound stuff yet. This is all foundational. And
the entire tree.
this all the stuff that we've been going over right here, this is a lot of the entry level stuff in the lodge. Like this is the basics that you got to learn when you first join any of these groups. Like this is all beginning level stuff, because there's so much more to be explored. But in order to even get to these higher levels, there has to be a refinement of the perception, because everything is based on perception. And if there isn't refinement, you might as well hang it up and forget about it. I've always known of and been in love with the idea of Kenneth Grant's work, not just because he was Crowley's direct student, but because a lot of what he wrote about was just intriguing and different. You know, these alien forces beyond the tree, these forces that were foreign to human life. I always wanted to know and understand about those things, but I find it now jumping back on my radar. And I think it's because of the refinement that I've gone through now is allowing me to really understand what he was writing about. Exciting stuff.
That kind of goes, in my head, goes back to what old boy from the Ladder of Lights was saying with Metatron, how we are Metatron, but it's the creation of this refined body or refined self to be able to even navigate beyond the tree. Yeah. No, man, I'm gonna go into the clip-off. But you're supposed to go in as Metatron. Can't just go in as Joe.
Right. Joe gonna get swallowed up one way or another.
You're going to a war as like a modern war as a pitchfork soldier. You're supposed to be Dr. Manhattan going in there.
Right.
Just got a BB gun and said, I'm gonna do this.
BB gun. You're in the wrong place, bucko.
They're gonna give you a chance to leave. If everybody stop. This guy here has a BB gun. Just let him go back.
You're clearly in the wrong place. We'll give you a chance.
Still press forward.
Man. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Love you, chat. I'm getting more and more intrigued with H.P. Lovecraft's work.
Mm-hmm.
It seems I didn't really comprehend it until you showed that thing on Thursday with like the 3D skin, but from all angles.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's probably what he was seeing.
Yeah, man.
Seeing these 4D faces speak to him, but didn't have any senses to refine. So that shit just terrified the hell out of him.
I'm telling you, man, all of these visions that I've had of these higher realms, it's not like pretty stuff. Like they take the form of unicorns because at least that's pleasant. Man, like try to imagine pure data turned into image. You know, like the closest thing I can think of is like these fractal videos on YouTube where you can float around in this fractal dimension. Like that's the closest that I can think of what these higher entities can be perceived of if they were given a form. But we're dealing with pure harmonics, pure mathematics, pure context, pure patterns, like conscious living patterns that are so vast, they include our experience and beyond. That's not a pretty thing to look at. That's like seeing every human, like say, for example, your human life was one thing outside of time. You look like this worm, right? From a baby to getting bigger and then decaying again. That worm, but now think of every human being that's ever existed upon the face of the earth. Now this looks like this awful looking flesh-colored, soupy, wormy thing. That's not pretty, but that's what humanity looks like from an expanded perspective. Terrifying.
It kind of gets me thinking about why I changed my Zoom name to Dr. Shaitan with Doctor Strange, where he's kind of going into these fractal dimensions and ends up meeting this entity in this chaos realm that's kind of itself was kind of like a living pattern.
A living pattern. And that same concept is what we're exploring when we look at the tree of life and these archangels and even these angels and even the God names. They're living patterns. They're not people up in some spot. Like, we're going into their realm. Like, when I say we expand in these concentric circles, if you were to take the entirety of the circle, its collective intelligence could be called Sandalphon, right? Its collective intelligence could be called Gabriel, Metatron.
No, man, those are angels, man, and we gotta fight against them. We gotta fight against the evil Yahweh.
They're actually evil archons. They're keeping us imprisoned here. Is that what your experience has told you? Or is that what some wild prophet on YouTube told you? Because there's a difference.
I'm speaking my truth. My
Is it
higher self told me.
your higher self told you? How do you know?
How you know that's not no archon?
Right,
By all
right.
definitions of the word, that's the ultimate archon.
Holy guardian angel.
It's like those movies where the mentor is actually like the villain at the end of the movie. Thought he was your homie the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got to fight against the person who taught you everything you know.
Right.
Or as William G. Gray puts it, we have to confront and fully merge with the entirety of our past experience.
I'm seeing it, man. I'm seeing it. Like, I sit on these concepts and I just be in them, you know. I let them speak to me. This has been a very nice couple of weeks. Metatron's cube.
That's really a flower of life pattern.
It's easy to miss the understanding of this information without the etheric concept. Like, there's physical. I think that's also the difference between text that has substance and text that is just words on paper. Text that has substance is accompanied by an etheric element. Text that is just words on a paper doesn't have much spirit to it at all. Literally just words on paper. But certain books have spirit to them, have life to them. They have an etheric component to them.
Letter of Lights, that Doth one, had me dreaming for a whole week. And then too, there's one of the dreams I had of kind of crashing because this bridge wasn't lowered quickly enough. That actually happened to a woman, like not that week, but as I started listening back into those books again.
Whoa. Nature speaking to you.
Saying, hold on, buddy. That don't go so fast just yet. After
I read the Archangels, I went back to the beginning and saw that, man, he was talking about a lot of a lot of stuff that he was talking about in the first 3 chapters, where he was really just backing up the conclusions that he already stated, talking about how these different intelligences of the tree could basically be considered artificial intelligence.
Yeah. It's our duty to like move through these, but accumulate as we go up.
This whole manifest dimension is the result of artificial intelligence. So it only behooves us to understand the algorithms, or whatever you want to call the formulas that are at play that cause things to happen. Starting with the internal experience, starting with our personal internal experience.
Yeah, that there's a line in that book where he said that the goal of, let's just say, the aspirant is to fully classify objective experience in subjective terms, and that is hit hard with me. Especially
Yeah.
when we have you either do it the hard way of incarnating every, thousands of lives accumulating this data, or you can kind of get a system down to start collectively or grouping these things together so it's easier to access, easier to classify, and it gets the job done a lot quicker.
Yes. Efficiency. Efficiency. Oh my God. I think of these archangels and these different aspects of intelligence as like this, the machinery of the universe, as the unfortunate put it. I guess I'm really starting to see Assad. I'm really starting to see the etheric plane clear as day, because it's looking like nothing but a machine. But I see like a series of gears, and the bigger gears are the gross, tangible, hard, dense aspect of reality. Big gears turning slowly, and they're all connected to other gears. But the higher up you go, there's little tiny gears, little small gears that don't move much, but their movement makes the larger gears move.
Right.
And most of us work from the level of these lower gears, trying to produce change, but utilizing massive amounts of effort and time. Whereas if we are to raise our awareness up to an understanding of how those finer gears operate, we can do more with less. And I think that each one of these little archangels and angelic concepts represent those smaller gears. Word Life, World Life says the Hermetic texts talk of artificial intelligence maintaining everything. Exactly.
And
It's 7 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine.
Like, we work with these giant gears. It's kind of like Ophiel, where he gave in his Kabbalah book the he
Your
basically
volume
said
got very low.
He said you might as well like never, just don't even try to manipulate the earth plane with earth. Like you just ain't gonna happen.
Mm-mm. Just ain't gonna happen.
I'm gonna turn my mic off for a bit, but I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
All right. Well, to be honest, I got a couple of modules to work on for the course due to my recent revelations. So I'm probably gonna hop off and get back to work on that. I'm so excited. This is gonna be good.
I can't wait for it.
Good stuff.
But see you,
All right.
chat. See you, Trav.
All right. I appreciate you. All right, everybody. So I too am going to bounce because there's more creation to do. We got to understand this is about an exchange of in and out, back and forth. It's not just about accumulating information. It's also about dispersing that information where it needs to go. And information, not just book knowledge, but information is also experience, right? If you can help someone to have a more pleasant experience, then through the helping of that person, information is also exchanged. So what can you do? What can you do in order to increase the pleasant experience or the sattvic experience of life and creation in this dimension? We usually have enough within our circle to be able to help those around us without it taking away too much from us. So take some time to find out how you can give, even if it's just a little bit. I'm positive that there's somebody or something in your life that could use a little bit of assistance that you could easily provide. What's stopping you from doing that? Without looking for a reward for doing that, right? Take a moment to try to find an opportunity to be selfless. Try it, just try it and see what effect it has on your life. Try to do something to help someone else without looking for a reward, and just see how that affects you. As you grow in your knowledge and as you expand and you understand that your experience as a personal individual is still connected with other people's experiences. You're not responsible for other people, but your behavior and your action in this reality has an effect on others. So is there someone that you can help? Is there something that you can help with that won't cost you much, but you're also not expecting a reward for it? Something to consider. The angel that I contacted gave me a great question to ponder, and he said, is it possible to be emotionless and still exercise compassion? A lot to think about there, really. Can you exercise passion without emotion? Does it require emotion to exercise compassion? I think that's something I'll be thinking on for a long time. I'm in no rush to try to answer that question. But it's definitely something that's worth thinking about for sure. So, next Sunday, we're still going to be in the realm of karma. We're not jumping to the next book just yet. We're going to finish up February still on this book. For those of you who don't have the book, I know that someone in the chat did ask and somebody on Instagram asked. I am going to continue to do the audiobook for the previous 2 chapters to finish up the reading of this whole book. So I am still going to do that this week. I've just been very focused on the course that I just started running, and just making sure that everybody's in and has access to the modules and has access to the Zoom chat and all that stuff. So my attention has been split, but we are getting at a level of maintenance so that I'm able to go back to the book readings. So thank you for your patience. But yeah, this is good stuff. Keep up the meditations, keep up the studies, keep up taking your notes. Keep at it. Keep at it. So we've got some very, very, very interesting stuff coming soon. I love it. I love it all. All right. So no matter where you are, no matter what you're going through, may happiness find you. And may you continue to expand in your awareness. May you continue to expand in your awareness so that your capacity to process information becomes more efficient, becomes smoother. May every cell of your being be infused with gratitude for life. May you truly learn to see the beauty and the harmony of existence. May you truly experience the peace that is the realization that there are no enemies, that there's nothing to fear. May you truly come to an understanding of what life is, what love is. May you expand beyond ego. May you expand beyond the 5 senses. Enjoy yourself. You deserve it. Keep going. Keep going. May you feel good, and may you know better, and may you do better, right? May you come to the point that no matter what happens in your life, you know how to maintain your frame. That's ultimately it. It's not about having a good, fun time all the time, and it's not about being a struggling, broke, starving artist. It's not about the 2 extremes, but managing yourself no matter what's happening on the outside. May you come to that. And with that, we shall part ways. We shall part ways. Life is good. And it's getting better, right? Tell yourself that every chance that you get. And there's nothing wrong with affirmations, guys. There's nothing wrong with affirmations. But the thing is, if you're having affirmations, if you're saying affirmations, make sure you got corresponding action to go with it. All right. If you talk about how much you appreciate your health, then make sure that your actions and your behaviors correspond with your appreciation for your health. There's nothing wrong with affirmations, but make sure that you infuse them and charge them with action and emotion. Make sure that it all lines up. Right? It's about coming into an awareness. It's about coming into an awareness. It's about the capacity to process information properly. Right? So if you want to step into a sphere of abundance, if you want to step into a sphere of love, if you want to step into a sphere of health, speak it into your life, behave as though you actually believe in what you're saying, and be consistent with this thing. It's not a one-time thing. Be consistent. Make it a routine. Make it a habit. Develop yourself in this thing that you're trying to manifest. Right? There's not any rules, but that's essentially a standard protocol. Really. Test it out. Test it out yourself. Don't just take my word for it. Try it. Try it. All right. All right. So we out of here. We out of here. Anybody in the class, if you're having any trouble navigating the website or finding out where to go to, hit me up on a message. I'll get back to you. But I'm pretty sure everybody's good to go. Class goes. We will be meeting again Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Right now, we are focused on week 2. So keep at it. Keep doing your meditations every single day. Like I said, consistency is a huge part of this. Keep the meditations up. Keep them up. No matter what. Don't let yourself, don't talk yourself out of it. Don't allow yourself to slip. Keep it up. Trust me. Trust me. Trust the process. You'll get it. All right. I'm really going to leave this time. Connor Black, peace, bro. All right, you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. I love you guys. Peace. Oh yeah, I was supposed to turn the camera off.